Okay. Sangye Chodong Soje Shonam Chanju Pado Dade Jasu Yage Jano Yeve Sonam Ye Dola Penche Sangye Rupa Sangye Chodong Soje Shonam Chanju Pado Dani Jasu Dage Jingu Yeve Sonam Ye Dola Penche Sangye Rupa Get your machine. Now, around with some of the some government, Jiggy, do shake a tone, Jiggy, some of the children, Mindo among who your children, Auntie Sugi, sorry, Jago Minda Vichane, Yang Sugi, Lojongi, Nezig tone. 아니 강제 차내다 벌써 당당도 만다 그지 요래대 한 하면 담아들어야 밥살아도 사람도 가르치기도 있을 텐데 아니 동네 매도 대화식 누구 여기도 맞다 소위 영화판 카타야지 봐.
And so sort of following on from yesterday, and all of us here different ways of sort of thinking, different sort of ways of sort of discriminating about things, sort of analyzing and discriminating about things. We have many different sort of ways, backgrounds. We come from different countries, we have different educational backgrounds, and therefore we have many sort of different ways of thinking. But there's one sort of way in which it comes down to sort of one point, and that is that we all wish to avoid suffering and we wish to have happiness.
Can I have this one, Kishan? Yeah, I feel like okay. Oh, yes, that's it. Okay. That. Little bit because they can see the Buddha's face. Otherwise, yeah. Okay. 다 된제 연도 전에 상하랑 그 저게 쇼게 야랑이 본다 마마니 봐도 마랑이 기란주인이 치료를 때 다다다 조조통되니 믿으리니 안비가 싸워야 지금 칼라제는 그런 게 무슨 얘기인지 남걸 필드니 자치우이네 상으로 다 가리 제도 두고 열수도 전에 대화 제도
So it's clear that for all of us, me, you, and all of the people, in fact, all of the beings, that from morning when we wake up until we go to sleep at night, that whatever we're doing, for instance, if we're going out to eat breakfast, or we see the sort of creatures, the insects and birds and the various creatures searching always for food, that whatever we do, whatever activities we engage in, that these activities are for the purpose, are based on this way, this mind that thinks, wouldn't it be wonderful if I could have happiness? And therefore, everything that we do is essentially for bringing us happiness.
세상 같다 등재기 대화의 그룹에 까불어야 아니야 랑신기 까니마고 슈부지기 수수기 돼야 돼 대화도 그러지 아니야 배 용야디 동이 슈충부시고 줘야지 다디 가르기 전에 연구도 슬라베나 다 단다 봐도 다 계산하도 게 좋아하네 단다 봐도 아주 치리야 저거 저거 아니 배치기 되면서 니 그마서 세제 아니 동행이 치료지네야 용된 것으로 비례 다이는 딜을 유던 겐스 제제 년년당 통지 체겐스 제제 이 손에 나로네 다디 통지 제제 손으로 차되기요래 친이 좋아야지
So in terms of trying to then achieve this happiness that we wish for, then we also sort of often have to undergo many difficulties, or even though we wish to attain happiness, it's still the case that suffering can still come to us. And we tend to think of this in the way that sort of feeling that, oh, that, you know, this we think of it in a very external way. Oh, this thing this is not okay. This thing is not okay. The different kind of sufferings that come to us, but this is just a kind of external, an external situation. And when we look into the causes of things, we always we state them to have two kinds of cause. One is a kind of substantial cause, and the other one is a kind of cooperative condition. And these external things that we're talking about, which bring us suffering, are just these kind of cooperative conditions, but not the substantial cause.
제가 다 단답하던 건저 지금 인제기 동인지 지금 주니 유에 나로네 신지 지견들이야 카드 짱 땡겨 서로 지레마도 얘네는 주니 카드 단답하도 짜이가 상록으로 많이 와서 지레시.
So actually, up until now, what we've been doing is basically trying to sort of take on or challenge these kind of cooperative conditions, but we never actually thought to take on the actual substantial cause of our suffering.
다 대두단에 다 넘버 상계위 중에 천지 지진 되게 깨는데 지금 어릴 때 얘네야 안에 천지 지진디 아니 가수스 봐도 까기 봐 가수스 봐도 아니 치기 드라이네 치기 용어져서 그 시디 매버스 되게 봐스 아니 디 정말 매버스 투여가 매버레스 디 인도 상배다 아란도 용어 아니 가대 짜고 요나 아니 아란도 정규디 예베게 아니 요mon다 당신도 줘야 가대 짜야 지금 고주 주고 레스 제장가 계속 좀 쉬어라기 직접送봐 아니한테送다
And so in terms of this way in which what we've been doing is putting all of our energy into trying to sort of take on and remove, cut away these sort of temporary cooperative conditions. And but however much we try to sort of put an end to those, whether it's a sort of some people that we consider to be our enemy, or on the basis of which something on the basis of which our mental afflictions arise, but we're always sort of challenging these at that level of the cooperative conditions. But actually, what we really need to do is to challenge or take on the cause of the substantial cause of the mental afflictions, which is the self-grasping in our own mind stream. So in his text, The Way of the Bodhisattva, Shantideva says some words.
제장을 계속 좀 쉬어라기 아니 단단한 저 선부 당당한 힘 지지 공부지 시지 아니 즉지 지가를 송요 있으나 아니 다 저기 사딩 탐지 아니 배도 가지고 그랬다 챙기 다 지기 네 계주죠 로시지 대디 유나 아니 어디가는 drobo use 단 도나 애니에게 디기게 사딩 용조 칸디닝기 아니 얘기 가서 선제대로 성 내가 sö지 답변나 천자 천자선 아니고 사딩 방로 천자 답변은 카다 아니 지금 시험하다 여비나 디르레 레레네 내가 sö지 내가 sö는 또 수능아 drobo use 하면 뒤져라
And so Shantageva gives them some advice in relation to this situation, and how the way sort of related to the way that he looks at all of the sentient beings and sees that the way in which sort of the harm comes to them. So if they need to sort of go on a particular way to follow a particular path, but that path might be covered with sort of harmful things, such as, for instance, thorns or whatever it is, whatever sort of things there are of harm along the path that we wish to follow. But because they're really so it's really but if we were to try to sort of remove and challenge and take on each of the sort of harmful situations that come to us as we go on along the way, this would be really very tiring and difficult for us.
Then he says, wouldn't it be a clever thing to do if we buy a pair of shoes which we can walk very comfortably along the path, which even if there's so many harmful things are on the way. So that's how he come up with way of Bodhisattva's life as the antidote. 제장가 저기 최제를 갑라 아니 간지 치료를 잡았다 치료는 내가 용야디 가기 전도 지금 삼로 당주 말이스.
So really, when we're practicing the Dharma, we shouldn't think of we should not think of this as the you know, the external, be thinking of the external enemies and the harmful forces that come externally. This is not how we should be thinking when we practice the Dharma.
If we say in order to prevent suffering from outside, then if we stick with this idea, then we might you can say Buddha is a failure, because we can still see lots of suffering out there. But if we could say that individually person, that even the things out there can be so ugly, but it doesn't mean you don't need to worry. You shouldn't feel compassionate towards others, but more it harms your feeling. It destroys your peace. It takes away your kind of a right to be happy, that it takes away from you. This sort of harm that you can control from, even things are going ugly out there, but still you can be stand very strong, because that 제장가 된지기 sem 모투에디 가르쳐 좀 슬라마 모투바 모투바디 가르쳐 좀 쓰죠. 고 아란주 짐바 주요 봐. 짐바디기 인년보디 가르쳐 슬라마 아니 가서 그래. 짐바 대당 모두 기비 로카를 로 튼든 아니 다음에도 비셔라트리스.
And so to sort of prevent this this kind of these kind of things disturbing our mind, to get disturbed in our mind from this, then what we need to do is develop the sort of the antidote to the disturbances which actually come from our grasping. And in order to get rid of that, we need the antidote to that grasping, and the antidote which is the direct sort of counterpoint, the direct opposite kind of mind which apprehends the direct opposite of that grasping, which is the wisdom of understanding selflessness, which is a mind in accord with reality.
대인도 전에 전제기 셈디 당에도 시럽이 로디기도 상도 전에 아니 지금 랑기 심규 추제 아니 지금 요만 도성도 방 되는 게 요야지다 신심전 탐지 지금 동네다 간에 용다 정부는 지금 간에 용다도 또 선물 상배이나 그 동진디기 로추버지기 자와체체의 주고 늘도 상 투추제 용초제 삼삼 용주제베 다트린 아주 단다 개념 람도노에 담아서 나로라 용구리 세상과 acceptance 랑싱이 체토야지.
And so, if we are able to sort of understand this process of how the mind of wisdom realizing the selflessness is able, which is able to destroy the root of this these kind of mental disturbances, the mental disturbances of the mental afflictions and the three poisons, and how it's able to destroy the root of those of all those kind of mental disturbances. Then we'll and then when we think about how that is also the case for all the sentient beings, for the whole sort of sentient life of the world, that for all of them this self-grasping is what causes these kind of minds, which are disturbed minds, to arise. And if we're and also understanding that if there is this self-grasping at the root of that, then we will have a sort of then while that self-grasping is there, we will come to have an acceptance that while it's there, then it's sure that these other forms of mental affliction and disturbed minds will come. And so then one of the aspects that we talk about in the text we will study later, which is taking suffering into the path, in that text, it talks about this acceptance of that fact.
다 디인도 전에 세상과 랑주기 다 최리체 스테이트 지단에 더지기 최체세의 수수수기 다 상업 나로라 가리는 면에 강다르장 랑주 터트린데 엔두지 최체세야데 아니 랑주기다 지금 까담기 라만주기 남주 송주 지기야 슈 면대표 송주슈 가라 아니 당진 디드베 아니 당마치나고 지 시제 아니 선주슈가 난신 다 드린 랑주데 지난주에 말에 직시로 지라고 말린 영화에 통해 당 지기 시부지 다 드르비타고 시에 개요 말에 이는 지름 붙이 송자 친구 디당 아니 지기 야월은 붙이기 군주네 디 지다 롱다 치 차망고 톱사베 네인도 잠베다 되네 지기 강토도시 다 지난주리다 노수에 인도 잠베 다 드린 랑주디 최친이 또 제대 아니 당신디 대지 라트에지다 당진이 용도 당토에지다 하나 당진 잠에 당토에지 완전 리시딘이 주요를 터네 아니 최년시 체비나 아니 शे년디에 드드유어레 년년디에 따다랑가가 버디거스.
And so when we talk about doing Dharma practice, then each person has a sort of individual way of thinking about what that involves, what does Dharma practice do. But in the context of us all coming together here over these days to meet together, then we should think in the way of how the Kadampa Lamas, when they made offerings, made a mandala offerings and requested teachings, then they make a prayer to so kind of so they made a request for the instructions on how to tame self-grasping. So that's the sort of kind of they made offerings in order to receive that kind of instructions. And so so that we should be thinking in that context when we study together. I'm I'm not able to explain this in a completely perfect way, but I have, but the great masters such as Lama Tsongkhapa explained it in this text, the three principal aspects of the path, and I've received also the transmission of the text, and also many explanations from His Holiness the Dalai Lama. So the main thing that so whether I can present this perfectly or not, what the main thing to take from this is that we should be working towards having this sort of discrimination or sort of context in which we are working towards. When we talk about practicing the Dharma, what we think of is to be able to reduce our or to tame our self-grasping, and to be able to reduce our self-grasping. And so this is the way in which we should think as we study together.
다
So we'll look at the actual text now.
다 디네 남다 인중네 버스주의 렌로 디니 덴제 디니 시베 카멜라 스틸 컴퍼니 톤 꾸니 징지 토만 인중젤 세티.
So then we look at the verse number 3, where it reads, "Without pure renunciation, there is no means to pacify the yearning for the joys and fruits of samsaric ocean. And as craving for existence chains us thoroughly, at first search for a true renunciation."
다 가상을 주기 dangerous somebody 딱 디 맞으면 인지게 맞으면 confidence to level 봐. 제장을 땅 알아도 된지게 지금 dangerous 다 지단에 지금 대시만 뭐 요래데 다 기치슈라데 알아도 밀리에 남주디 안다 즉 정보시에베이나 다 야고지를 제베이나 다 지기 가르쳐 그래 지금 산지도 고반다 심정이 된치야다 또 올비스 돈다를 그래 체제 미망불이야 심슈 빠야 소가 제 도도와 다 도지야지 제제도 지금 바른 지금 전부령 파 배 다다서에 다 들리지가 레던데 아주 지금 야고지 채널 도저지 채널 미기 남주디 배 더불어 자침부지다 디야고 배주야고지 땅이라는 시부지기 랍침부지다 디 가지 교서나 아니다 간이 전부 수교에 아주 참여하고 그러봐.
And so when we were referring earlier in the earlier verse number 2, where it refers to having a life of leisure and opportunities, this phrase is used, and then there are many explanations of what that means, but one of the sort of basic ways we could think about that is in terms of having a kind of confidence, and that confidence in which we have attained this human birth with this very special kind of human intelligence that we have. But of course, this special human intelligence can be used in different ways. If you use this kind of discriminating human intelligence well, you'll be able to attain the state of Buddhahood. You'll be able to help all sentient beings with their purposes and aims, and to contribute to the world peace. And all of these kind of things are possible if you use this discriminating intelligence well. However, if you go the other way and misuse this and use this in a bad way, then now we have a situation in the world where even somebody can press one button and the world can be destroyed in this way. So it's very important that we use this discriminating human intelligence very well, and then we'll be able to help sentient beings, to alleviate sentient beings from great suffering. There are sort of vast positive possibilities here, and to be able to help sentient beings alleviate great suffering.
다디 요즘에 단지 라바나시 제당가 당하라는 주기 계산 기준 중 단지 주지 라비 제장하다 동이 매베베 대화 신이지 어디에 상당으로마도 대화 두기도 슬라비나 아니 대화디 드라면다 수행인가 요새 제장가 동이 매베 대화 두고도 슬라디 동이 더 만제베 대화 시도 좀베 동이 균이 게임에 대화 쉬어베시 동이 균이 게임에 대화
So when we yesterday I talked about this a little bit, and I'll speak a little bit about it today, where we had this phrase about the happiness completely free of any suffering. So this is not just a wish to just have happiness in that sense, because there's a danger in trying to just to sort of work just for happiness. There's a danger of doing all kinds of negative things to get that. But if we really have to think about this kind of happiness, which is a happiness completely devoid of any kind of suffering. So this is because another part of this is what we need to work towards.
Yeah. 아니 넘버 답이 인중 세 넘버 답이 인중 매발라 아니 시비 코어기 자주디 나라서 코어디 치료지고 맞죠 아니 지 주다 인어의 주제는 조 주디체 주디체 용체 아니 주기 아니 시비 코어나로 데베깔라 아니 지기 그래서 같이 기부지기 되베이네 될 때니 가르쳐고를 쉬워지도 준비 아니 지금 동해에 대화데 영향을
Yeah, so in the first line of here, verse number 3, where it says, without pure renunciation, or the first two lines, it says, without pure renunciation, there is no means to pacify the yearning for the joys and fruits of samsaric ocean. So in this sense, when we think about this samsara here, we should be careful not to think of it so externally, but to think more internally. So it's said that the sort of world is divided up into the kind of external environment, and then the external container of the environment, and the internal container of beings. So we should be thinking more in this sense of the sentient beings, and how if those beings wander in samsara, then however much happiness they desire, and however much happiness however much happiness they have within that samsaric way, they won't find real peace until they attain this form of happiness that we talk about as the happiness which is free of all suffering.
제장가 드디 이르전비 야바르도 아니 말한 거 실을 깜바 얘기장 저들 전부 시버 코알라야 아니 베리 코란 지기 젠딘 차디닝기 류진 간디지베 스당 알아줘 봐줘 류진 간디지위네 아니 꾸니 칭지를 세딩 식디 빼나고요 꾸니 칭지를 선 삼로 여보지 당나 타 거하니 초 거하니 제베 있나요 안주 대화 춘주시에야 동의 첨부지 정신 계셔도 대딩이 선도죠. 라마메 대디요. 꾸니 칭지. 제단 대인도 좀 완전히 용마서 탑이요. Yes.
And so so then it says in the second lines of verse 3, where it says, and as craving for existence chains us thoroughly, at first search for a true renunciation. So whatever is this is certain that if we have this craving and clinging to this samsaric sort of the wheel of samsara, the samsaric existence, and then whatever we try to do to attain happiness, whichever direction, wherever we go within that samsaric world, then there's always a possibility for great suffering to come to us, and we are out of control. This is something out of our control. So wherever you go in that, there is always this possibility of great suffering due to this clinging and attachment to the chain of samsara.
So first of all,
yeah. So this is what, and this is what yeah, so we're bound. What it says actually in the because we're all sentient beings are then completely sort of bound within this samsaric, as she says, the samsaric chain, but it's like we're bound into that life of samsaric existence.
One of the good examples will be even though we say the influence of the cell phone habit, like enjoying the surfing on an Instagram or the Facebook, this real thing, just rolling, even you think it's a very stupid way to spend a time, but then you don't know when to stop it. Even though you have some kind of a understanding of that's total, it's a wrong way to spend my life. But somehow you are under the influence of something which you really don't know. But you think it's wrong, but automatically it goes that. So one of the disciplinarian of our school in the IBD in Dharamsala, there's one monk who
Oh, he's sort of very liberal with his speech. He speaks a lot. He talks a lot.
Very nice.
Very easily.
He said, "Now today I have a one request for all the monks and the students here." He said, "I'm not saying that you shouldn't use cell phones, and His Holiness Dalai Lama says be a 21st century practitioner. You have a right to use the cell phone. But at the same time, we are studying and debating that we shouldn't be under the sway of the negative emotions, and then especially this ignorance mind. So now we are already in the samsara, and then we are talking about it, and we don't need one extra samsara in our hand. And then we shouldn't make our the mind very narrow. So I request you all in order to bring the liberation of samsara, be free from your cell phone." He said that. It's very nice to hear that, right? So then also it is such a great message. At the same time, how you can apply this, even you know it's not a good way to spend a time, but then you go back to the old habit. So so here also Lama Tsongkhapa is saying, so how I have it. Maybe you put it here in the between. So whenever we need, we go to that. Yeah, that's good. Thank you. So now this Lama Tsongkhapa will explain. In here it is very short because this is very
It's a very short pith instruction, a very personal instruction.
This is a pith instruction, person who is quite well trained already. So in the Lamrim Chemo, the part of stages, in his in there, he will explain about how powerful, how important and powerful that analytical meditation as the cause for the single pointed meditation. So we say when we wanted to bring a shamatha, or you wanted to generate shamatha, then we all say, oh, distraction is so bad. But we never kind of have a good reason to take this distraction down. So this distraction is not very ordinary distraction we are saying here, just like, oh, I miss the pasta, or I ate raclette. So it's not like that. It is more that you are not enjoying the focus that you are bringing in. So that kind of why you are not enjoying that, you really need to understand and then bring all the reason. This is something I really needed, and all others are secondary, not the main objective. Man. So in order to do that, how long you stay in this meditation, it will not change your way of thinking without any analytical meditation. So Lama Tsongkhapa makes one good statement in there. He says, even though we are so familiar with our anger and attachment, but we are experts on that. But if I request you at the moment, bring attachment now, you can't. If I request you to bring anger right now, you can't do it. Because of what? Lack of information. That's what he said. Lack of information, you cannot bring anger. Even we are so familiar. So if this sounds good or a logical way, then we are talking about shamatha here. Shamatha on whatever you are having. How can you bring a shamatha without any information? So there should be analytical meditation which can make your mind stable, this focus very stable. So he talks about the Chesangla 제공들이야. 아니 가서를 로 윤튼투와 로리야 마슈여바. 로 마슈여바. 아니 미고 세르당투에 이거들 상만 제공을 요레스. 조금 가도들 상 사자레스. 요요레스.
So then it's the function of what he says is the function of analytical meditation to really be able to bring this ability to meditate over a sort of long period of time, to have the intensity of the object, an intensity in relation to the object, and also clarity in relation to the object. And this is done by the analytical meditation, not by because of the placement or single pointed meditation. That sort of when at that point it comes from the analytical meditation, not from the placement meditation.
Maybe this example could be stupid, but it's something interesting, because you say if you are so hungry and then you go on Google and then you search for a restaurant and then you will see so many restaurants and then you start scrolling and then you see so many pictures of the food and then so delicious, and then automatically you want to prepare your shoes and go there. It's not like, oh, it's so good, now I can stop. No, more you are forced by this kind of information in you, and it really brings out a different kind of energy that you start moving very quickly. And then you feel like, oh, the restaurant is going to shut down very soon, then you want to rush very quickly. So this all depends on, or this ordinary feeling, it is so dependent on, relies on this kind of information. Then of course, this shamatha and then liberation all are based and relied on the information too. So then one of the great question people ever ask is, how much information we need? So then, yeah, the great teacher, when the person is ready to go into retreat, he doesn't give any long instructions. So now he's saying, you are qualified, like thinking on this and that in a 3 categories. So now focus more on that. That's it. So everything what he has taught for me years and years, now that person can bring into like my kind teacher, what he will do, I explained this when we are having a breakfast this morning. So it's such a great moment, you know, you talk about your teacher's quality. Sometimes we really don't keep noticing that. But my teacher would always do, we talk many things. And then my teacher will come to kind of ask, so if you wanted to put this in a practice, the picture that we have made a discussion, in which category, these three principal aspects of path, where are you going to take it in? And then we have to think, okay, that's a very good question. Then you need to think. And then it is so easy. It makes you being so ready to do a meditation. So like here, Lama Tsongkhapa will give just a little information and then say, this is how you bring the renunciation. This is how you bring meditation on emptiness. This is how you bring a meditation on bodhicitta. So now make a kind of a single-minded meditation there. That's why the Tsongkhapa Ranjugi Tanda Dinalo Sumbanashin Tanda Dinakare Tiki Gordoson Tanda No Namda Ninjung Never number Tabe Ninjung said the Mother Tanda Kasan de Tuya Shichore Chazanga Ninjung the Ninjung Tuyaki Nyanga Yudu Tambe number Tabe Ninjung Ninjung number Tabe Ninjung.
So as it's said here in the first line of verse 3, where it talks about the having this pure renunciation, and so and also in relation to how we were talking yesterday about the sort of basis on which mistakes are made, but also we have to be careful to not to confuse the Yichung initiation, so not confusing the renunciation with Yichung, which is a kind of disgust for all of the samsaric world. So there's the kind of disgust for the samsaric world, but then the renunciation, which is this, this So yeah, so not mixing these together is very important. This one is which is kind of disgust for the things of samsara, but the other one is this wish to the renunciation, which wishes to be liberated from that samsara. So these two have to be not confused together.
So now the renunciation, what is renunciation? It will be here. Da namda ninjung me tende yin shu chila kamen kunchu tama ninjung zhe go des. Da ninjung zhe dang de kan de zhe go des. Chide denjuri ni ga tsela long me ba yilang gon de chendi nang xian to os.
So then when it says in the last line of verse 3, then search for a true renunciation, then what's the way in which we search for this true renunciation? And then this comes to verse 4, where it says, by cultivating in mind that this human life is so hard to find, yet has no time to spare, preoccupations with this life will cease. By contemplating repeatedly the truth of karma and samsaric suffering, preoccupations with the next life will come to
the next life, mother. Already this life.
Tumble saying that.
Still come ninjuna, Kunichi, Toma Ninjun, Dangeriniga, Chalalam, Chendi Nashin.
Okay, yeah, so just first of all, looking at the first line of the last line of verse 3 and the first two lines of verse 4. So at first, search for a true renunciation by cultivating in mind that this human life is so hard to find, yet has no time to spare. Preoccupations with this life will cease. So just up to there to start with.
Break,
when's the break?
Anytime.
So it's a 15 minutes break, right? So then it is until 12:30 or 12?
12:30.
Until 12:30. Now, yeah, now it's quite a good time, right? So we meet again at 11.
Yes.
Okay.
11, 5 after 11.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, the clock is slow.
Okay.
5 after 11.
Okay. Okay. So we take a 15 minutes break. Yeah. Dedication to short mandala.
Short mandala.
Sashi Kuri Shichi Pentota, Rizal Nishi Nenge Bade, Sange Shindu Mikde Wagi, Gohan Nanda Jindan Chobar Sho, Yidama Guru Rananda, Niyatayan. Okay. Take a fresh air. Meeting us. That's county. Small child.
Even on the desk, and then you go.
Put it here.
So sincere. Sincere. Really. That's not that.
Yeah. Oh, Christian. Christian was
Christian
Christian.
Steinhardt.
Steinhardt. But he's from Switzerland. Huh? We're in Switzerland. Oh, okay. I'm okay. No.
Maybe needs a light.
No, no, thank you.
No. Yes. Doesn't matter.
So she really just 다되네. 제장과 니중기해야 될 아니 수수수를 다 유니체. 아니 체디기 나신다야. 치매 나신 이송도스.
So in terms of cultivating this mind of renunciation, then it has two kind of aspects: ceasing the preoccupations of this life and ceasing the preoccupations with the next life.
당아란조 아니 지게 동해 탐지 시부게 딱 동해 탐지 시월 지야기 아니다 지게 신두 유디니지라 동해 자원에 배매버 신두 유년기 미지라 아니 딘지기 체도 아니 투주 땅 마토야다 아니 딘지기 체도 아니 가르쳐 그래 다 투주 땅 마당세야디 투주 뷰 타고 땅 마당 이 투주 용어도 추주 미스터피디가 땅 깨지면체 투주지 뷰 타고지 땅 마토야디 갈리그래도 슬라베이나 아니 체디게 나신데 그러셔.
And so, in terms of pacifying, being able to pacify all of our suffering, so someone with that very strong wish to completely remove and pacify all of their suffering. But then, having that kind of wish, but then if we don't, but then we don't actually give time to sort of the process of doing that, or let's say not necessarily time. So we're not talking here about giving in 24 hours a day to it, but not giving it quality time, or it's literally means excellent time, but giving it quality time in order to do the things which to remove to pacify all of that suffering. And what is it that causes us to not do that? And that is the preoccupations of this life.
제가 다체디기 나신데 노야라 아니 지단에다 삼못 땅에만 보여르지 아니 람좀 치면 나로야 제르비지 중요한지 아니 미다바 마통바치 아니 디 로조데라 따버즈베 등진 가지 수체유나 제주기 아니 체디기 나와 수심부 겐디그리스.
And so, in terms of this, of these preoccupations of this life, in relation to this life, then there are many sort of explanations or ways of thinking about this. But in his great teachers on the great teachers on the stages of the path to enlightenment, Lama Tsongkhapa says that it's the not seeing impermanence, and also and instead the strengthening of our grasping to permanence, which is one of the main causes for this the preoccupations of this life, for us being preoccupied with this life.
You go on, you need it. You have 2 hours.
We have 2 hours in the afternoon.
Yes.
Yeah.
For lunch time.
Yeah. So I'm
And
trying to
more time
organize.
after lunch.
It's the session in the afternoon is 2 hours. Yeah.
so then tomorrow,
2.5.
2.5. And tomorrow it's only the morning session.
Tomorrow will be 9 o'clock to 11:30, so 2.5 hours, and then 2 hours break, and then 1:30 to 3.
Okay, we have one session.
We have
Two
two sessions tomorrow.
2 sessions, right?
9 to
Morning and
2.5 hours, and the afternoon is
Afternoon.
1.
oh, that's good. That's good. Yeah, I'm organizing because I need to cover up different
11.
texts. Okay. 다 디도 전에 재산가 I think as the great masters in the Karmapa has saying, Bodhava, Nikishi Bodhava says, I have so many other practices in my life, but what comes down to the most important and most urgent practice is the impermanence. So I call my impermanence practice Nangsel, Nawasel. Nawa appearance.
Oh, clear, like a clear illumination, or clear. Yeah.
Because it always helps me to clear the appearance of this grasping towards this life so strongly. It always brings this. So sometimes in the drawings, people make one kind of a in the Melareba drawing, they put the butter lamp in here. So it is saying that the most important for the practitioner to this reminder, great reminder, is the impermanence. So now there are two ways to remind actually. So the one is like in the Kadamba Lama, one time was he's such a great master, but he does not speak much, teach much, not give so much teaching. But then, but once he give an answer, he gives a solid answer. And then one of his students was practicing a lot. And then he says, "Oh, I have done 100,000 of prostrations." And then his Lama goes, "That's so great, but you better do some Dharma practice." And then the student gets like, "What?" Then he goes and do something else. And then he comes very proudly like, "I have done such a great thing." Lama says, "Great, but you better do Dharma practice." And then student had enough one day. Then he says to the Lama, say, "What you really meant right now, Dharma? I've been doing all this, you are not saying Dharma. What is the Dharma?" Then he gets the pure Dharma. So that Dharma is not other than the impermanence, to know the impermanence. So then the impermanence, we are not only saying meditate on death only. That is one kind of a way to prepare yourself something, but this is not the only way how we meditate on the impermanence. The meditation on impermanence can be such a great antidote for all of us. Like my teacher, when he received the commentary on bodhicitta by the Nagarjuna, he received it from His Holiness Dalai Lama in Bodh Gaya. All me and many people are there, thousands and thousands are there. So my teacher, my great kind teacher, so he after the teaching he goes. You remember some people maybe have been in Bodh Gaya, so this the temple, the Mahabodhi temple, and then it could be so crowded. But then there is a park nearby. So he went to the park. It's kind of a kind of free space and quite isolated. You can still see this stupa. And then he tried to bring the reflection there, of the teachings.
Reflected on the teachings.
To reflect on teachings by His Holiness. And then in there, Nagarjuna teaches about emptiness. So now then he meditates on emptiness, especially, better to say in Tibetan. Chetanga Maranjogi Nambasanji Shue Narone, Midabigi, Kwadi, Jigi, Midabe Rabe Kwadi Nepche, Jigi, any Kasori Shiduguri, Chaduguri, Mab Chaduguri, Che. 하바도 메다비기 고화도 차르당시 베나 다른기 단대기 마디 다른 쇼게기 라셔죠 마디 두선 삼당 단다 여딩이 손을지요.
So then, for those of us who sort of connected with this tradition of the Buddha Dharma, then when we think about impermanence or understand what it means by impermanence, we should not be thinking about this sort of coarse impermanence where we understand that things slowly change or that they break or that they eventually cease. But we have to take that understanding in a much more subtle way. So, for instance, because when we think about this morning, so the way we think is this morning's I, when we woke up this morning, is because is still existent here today, right now.
So that's why we say this morning I had a breakfast and with a cappuccino with soya milk. So I say I enjoyed that so much. But then you need to reflect on where are you labeling this I. So that I, what you're labeling, it's already gone. No more. But still you are feeling that one is still here. So the more like a continuum. That continuum of that one is still functioning here. It's going. Then Buddha says, that one and this one is two complete things. It's totally different. That's right.
Yeah, they're completely different, completely contradictory then.
So to understand, to accept that it's a big deal, right?
Yeah. So then there's a big deal for us because if you hear those words and then it's quite possible we will fear we'll have some sense of fear or trepidation at that thought.
No? So my teacher, when he meditated on that, and then automatically he felt, and then where is this I that we feel this coming from here to there, tomorrow, this and that? Where is that sort of kind of I? The impermanence, the quality.
Yeah, the permanent one.
The impermanence, the quality.
Oh, so this sort of understanding of impermanence is to think where is that I?
Then automatically he had this kind of fear coming up. So I call this healthy fear. But it's not like, oh, what happened to me now? It's not like this, because my teacher is so ready for this. So when he thought of this, and then he felt like, oh, so now, like non-Buddhist, when they talk about soul, that somebody wants to, like saying, 풍구미다바,
So they say that the aggregates are impermanent,
강사다바.
but the person is permanent. This is how they state it.
With such a reason there, but we still believe that. So now we cling towards this kind of permanent. So that we say like whatever we like a practice, wherever you practice good, bad, or something positive, negative, all this karma is going on the river. In the river, it flows, right? So if that river is not the same kind of river or the water, then why I can say, still I'm here, I come from there. Like that is why a great people, masters, they go to meditate in permanence where there is a river following,
A waterfall,
waterfall,
a river flowing, or flowing water,
flowing.
flowing.
So I went there one time, try to meditate like the great beings, and I was, behind this TCV in Dharamsala. I meditated on that. I cannot get much out from there. And then I checked with my teacher, and then my teacher said, well, he make a very beautiful way to meditate on that. He said, now you go to the waterfall, and then you look at, wow, this is so beautiful. And then next day, you will bring a friend and say, I've been to this beautiful waterfall there. I will take you. And then you try to prove this is the waterfall from yesterday. But actually, the water really, which you really enjoyed, it's already gone. It's no more there. It is been used by people or drank by cow. It's already gone there. But still, we have this clinging. That is that. So the problem is, whenever we feel the permanent of that, and then automatically your mind becomes so narrow-minded, and then all the problems starts coming up. So once you see 제장가디 ranjugita tanda mitaba 모두 마 용기를 주지. 어디도 마 용기를 주는 멤버체. 아니 어디 디저탕 안에 초점을 된 초점을 된 샤교래샤 제 그게 시야라나 누지 초점을 되니 신의고 강사세지다. 아니 누지 초점을 되니 되게 중요세 그게 시야지라고 신의입니다.
So then when we're talking about impermanence, but particularly this subtle level of impermanence, then not thinking about it in the way of which the nature from, say, the past comes down to the present, not thinking in that way at all, but thinking more in the way in which, for compounded phenomena, they, as things sort of come together, as things arise by things coming together as an aggregation, compounding together, and thinking of this, this is the way that these sort of impermanent phenomena arise, how this kind of impermanence at that level of things coming together compoundedly, then if we think about in that way, of a person in that way, or we think about the continuum in that way, then this is more the subtle version of impermanence.
dinji impermanence, dinji sambatangdandi, mitaba chamu sambatangdandi, kansaagi tingdo chewandu zambi, lo umala, dila kansaagi dhamesi chichimi toru.
Kansaagi dame, kansaagi dasen.
Kansaagi dhamesi. Dinji mitaba kwade, kansaagi tingdo chewana, lo gomegi kansaagi dhamesi, dinji mungi chichimi.
So then, oh yes, so then if we take that form of impermanence, that subtle impermanence, and then if we apply that to the person, then this is a kind of subtle impermanence of the person, which is recognized by the lower schools, the lower tenet schools, as being the selflessness of one of the aspects of the selflessness of person for the lower schools.
다 제상은 된지기 미다베기 과티 지 미다베 된지기 과타라니 삼모도 코가 텔라 때니 아니 체디기 나신 도야지.
So then, on the basis of both of these understandings of the gross impermanence and of the subtle impermanence, then on the basis of those, we're able to try to put an end to the preoccupations of this life.
다 되니 체디기 강한 딥 차베이나양 체슈마라 체슈마라양 아니 나신 도단지 그지마 셰베이나 아니 아주 체다가랑 깔레기야마도 치마라 깔레게 단단히 괴쳐가지 마셔나 야고 레준지기 남샤디 고 무튼에 레고 요르와 데인도 잠베 야체 치메기 나신 도야디 단데 체디기 나신 도단데 예베기 강라 아니 렌지 미루가 삼다 is
later, by the way. And so so this is but then we should not just, this is a way of thinking about how to put an end to preoccupations with this life, but then we have to think more widely, thinking about the preoccupation, but not just this life, but thinking about the preoccupations of the future lives as well, because and this brings this is because we're connected to this helps to then bring a connection to the understanding of the law of karmic cause and effect. So from this understanding of impermanence in relation to ceasing the preoccupations of this life, this will help us to understand more fully in relation to future lives and the law of karmic cause and effect.
다디 간이 지슈 딜레야 바지 지슈데 ngamadela 따와점에 땅진들이 치만딜라 다 개와 치마 요다메 님비
Yeah, so the first and the biggest difficulty in relation to the first the preoccupations of this life and is in relation to understanding impermanence, and that and not by clinging to things to be permanent. That's the thing which is the biggest obstacle towards ceasing the preoccupations of this life. But in terms of future lives, the bigger difficulty or obstruction to us is the understanding of whether there are past and future lives or not.
Maybe you don't have a problem much of that. For you guys, maybe it's kind of like, but for me, it's a big problem because all people just go like, there is reincarnation of that and that. Then all the people come, do you remember your past? That is my kind of business here. But anyway, when it comes down to the, if you start appreciating this effort in your life, you appreciate the Dharma so much, then it becomes a big concern that if I'm putting this much effort in my life, which I really enjoy, and now it is a great question, this effort is only for this life, or can I still continue next life? This question is, it depends on how much you enjoy in this life. And then you will ultimately ask, can I enjoy it in my next life? Sure. Because if you don't enjoy in this life very much of this practice, then it doesn't make any sense that you will continue in next life. Like you enjoy a very good pasta in a restaurant, then you really wanted to like, I definitely have to come back once again. That is the kind of a commitment or prayer you do there, right? So similarly, when somebody, a friend of mine, and we are driving through from Dharamsala to Delhi. So on the highway, he drives super fast, and then it is not kind of safe because in India we do so many kind of overtakes, and then especially there will be big trucks and everything. So he was driving super fast, and then I said to him, be careful, you know? And then he said, don't worry, you don't need to worry. It's not only your life, my life is there also. So you don't need to worry. So I kept quiet and said like, okay, I agree. So, and then I try to think if something bad happens today, and then what I will regret the most in my life. Actually didn't come anything in my mind at the moment. And then I was so sad because in this life, I don't have something very precious that I will lose in, which I will regret. These things happen, I should be very sorry about it. But there wasn't that. So with this kind of a mind, when I come back from Delhi, I went to see my teacher, and then I listened to his some teachings, and then I felt like, wow, this teaching is super good. So if I have this practice, and then it becomes kind of my kind of a habit, or I got familiar with this kind of practice, and it becomes a part of my life. Then if I lose this practice, then I will be super sad if I cannot continue in my next life. Otherwise, there's no regrets. So it depends. Person who's asking this question, whether there's a future life or not. Many people ask this question like just wanted to know it. There's no effort. There's no curiosity that it brings out from something that really matters. So for me, for such a long time, I have this kind of a question every time I answer, but there's not much feeling. That day when it really makes my way of thinking in the next life and this life becomes so like, wow, if I don't have something to appreciate in this life so much, then how much question that it or answer I get, there's a next life that it doesn't make any relevant to me. So 제장가 깨왕같이 세디 아니 조다 선무당연도 전에 당당히 선무당단 직체 tenidi 당아도 제주 제군도 전에 아니 남시 많이 지기 남시 많이 지기 남시기 내내 제투 유나면서도 도와드려 그랬어.
So then into thinking about this subject, the part of the future lives, and I've given you one of my sort of ways of thinking there about it, but also one of the main points that it comes down to is whether something which is not, which is not a conscious entity and not a conscious thing, can actually be a substantial cause for consciousness.
제장가 뱀보만인지기 뱀변이면 제도 말이 뱀보인연라 뱀보고리스 도순도당에도 그도 슬레온도 잠베 아니 제장가랑 저기 다 남시신이디 아니 통만 매번에 남시도 윤투는 동인지 인베이나 않고 윤디 먼저 지기다 까투에 맵선 지바.
And so just in the way that when we think about matter, and that we say that matter can't be created from consciousness, that what the substantial cause of matter is matter. In the same way, when we apply that reasoning to consciousness, that the substantial cause of consciousness is consciousness, then we would see this. It would be the consciousness would then be something which would not be able to be ceased, because we'd have a beginning and a continuity of consciousness, which would not be able to be ceased on the basis of this way of thinking. So there are two sort of ways of talking about continuum. One is a continuum of a similar class or type, and the other is a substantial continuum. So what we're talking about here is what's called the substantial continuum.
I tell you one story. one of my teacher's teacher, who was very educated, very learned, and also qualified teacher. So he, in the text, there are so many kind of logic and reasons where there could be continuum mind, past and future lives, but then which really for him it does not give some kind of certainty there.
Yeah.
Certainty. So
Initiation.
initiation. So then he had a discussion with one of my teachers. So he said that happened in Nepal. So in Nepal, when they are discussing about past and future lives, and then they come to some kind of a decision saying, so they heard somewhere in Nepal, there is a one kind of a medium, the Nepali medium, so that she get into trance. Yeah? So that kind of trance can be, the oracle can be very different. So all sorts of. And then most of people said it's very reliable. So then my teacher tells the teacher's teacher that saying like, well, let's go out and then check whether there is a past and future life. So we couldn't ask her there's a past, and maybe she would say yes, then what? But now let's make kind of a one research saying we make such a strong prayer now that saying we all have a difficulty to understand whether there is past and future life or not, the continuum of the consciousness or not. We have slightly one doubt there. So in order to clear this doubt, we make a special puja, request, offering to the Tsrima. So
deity,
the
it's a long
life deity. We make special puja to this deity, and then the next day, we don't need to request the medium for this kind of
go into
trance, but it automatically comes. So then we ask the lady who she is, and then let's see how it works. So this is the decision. They make such a strong prayer at the night, and then morning, then they go to this place, and then quite a line, and then this line finish, and then their time comes, and then they were doing with the folded hand, offer one kata, the scarf, and then she get into like a trance, like other one is finished, and then new one comes into her, and then says like, I am the Tsrima. What do you want? What are your questions? She comes with that. So they got the answer. Now they're super happy. So it proves somewhere there is this kind of the consciousness, that different consciousness, my consciousness. It's a really sometimes because it's not a it's
on this coarse or gross level.
Very subtle. So it is very difficult to experience that. But somehow, not only with this kind of story, but time to time you can see all the human that like especially like identical twins, biologically kind of the same. They have the potential, but act in very different behaviors. There are two different persons for sure. So with this kind of thing, science is not, they don't come with a kind of a strong conclusion yet. But now there are so many young children remembers their past life so clearly. So we cannot say only that child has a past life we don't have. So that is a huge thing. So now the all matters is, it doesn't matter whether I will do a practice. If there is a past life and future life, I will practice or not. That doesn't matter. But if there it is, it matters. So thinking like that, so now 재산가 that's 치매기 나신 도단 나로 저기 레전드를 이지고 토네 얘는 아주 단다 수름을 나한테스.
Yeah, so then in terms of overcoming the preoccupations with the next life, then on the basis of our sort of strong faith in the law of karmic cause and effect, then on the basis of that, we engage in positive forms of ethical conduct.
디데기 체디 나신 도야 치매 나신 도야를 이 배주대 제 간전 체비가 배주지 담로당 삼모당들이 제니 가로 지내니 네바 예시야 레기 되게 따라오더라 아니 체디기 나오들 이면주는 말이지 이면마지 그래서.
So in terms of thinking both about trying to sort of put an end to these preoccupations with this life and also the preoccupations with the previous life, then whatever sort of practices we were doing, we should make some sort of effort to sort of contemplate these things. And if we were to get some kind of certainty about that, and then one of the signs of that would be that we have a greatly reduced interest in the preoccupations or the sort of appearances of this life.
But still he will enjoy pizza. Raclette. Here we need to say raclette or fondue. Okay. 별로 동에는 양양성을 좋다. 어디를 양양성을 치면은 시도 대대로 공배 쿠의 편조다 이면 기지점이 미지신 인생군도 타바되는 중나트된 중개발라 다 인생군도 타바되는 로지고 그랬어. 제가 인생군도 타바되는 로서야 돼. 아니 가르쳐 그래. 만족이 예 단다 인중세 삼로되나 인생군도 이렇게 돼요 말이지. 인중세야 되라 다 가르도스나 체디기 나신도 달라데 저 이면큐는 마제체 디가차비 쇼라 아니 직타나 냠벨로치 딜레 직타나 냠벨로디 이렇게 삼로데라 가와시라요 그거 진짜나 타리아디 예매기 그 더버디 예베 나로네 다 할규주도 용규주도 초규주도 상 딘제기 삼로디 템부지 수용도 잠베 아니 신에 다 인생권도 타바트네 로세 신에 리그로스.
And so here in verse verse Chatman, and so there in verse 5, and so leading on from the end of verse 4, it's sort of putting an end to the preoccupations of this life and and future lives. Then verse 5 sort of then talks about renunciation, and it says, as you habituate in this way, and when not even an instant of admiration arises for the propensities of cyclic existence, and when the thought aspiring for liberation arises day and night, at this point true renunciation has arisen. So here it talks of how literally 24 hours a day, day and night, we should have this this mind which aspiring for liberation, and this is what we talk about as being the mind of renunciation. So not the other form of what's called yijung, the sort of disgust with samsara and all the prosperities of psychic existence, that we can't cultivate 24 hours a day. But this mind which the mind which wishes for liberation from samsara, and this is a mind which has a great sense of joy about it, and it has this sense of which having sort of understood that it's possible to achieve liberation, it's possible to experience and feel that the liberation from psychic existence. So when you have this, and when this thought arises day and night, this is the point at which real renunciation has arisen in you.
제가 인생권도 탈바투니 로드데 실레니 아니 레갈 거야. 내가 제 칼라사야. 아니 세미나를 야도 지심치 진짜게 코알에 탈되고 제가 아니 그뒤에는 아주 매주체 그뒤 롱주비가야. 아니 코아스니 가르죠. 코알에 내바스니 가르죠. 안 코알에 내베톤에 롱제다. 진보 메베톤에 롱제다. 아르와 차당 메베톤 차당 끼모주베톤에 롱제다 지라 안주기 adapt가 셰토베이나 아니 신에 다지 년쟁원도 타버더니 따르듯이.
So then in terms of this wish for liberation, this desire to be liberated from samsara, and then if we're able to sort of adapt our way of thinking to come to understand, to have this at all times, whatever we're doing, whether it's working or eating or whatever sort of whatever activities we're engaged in, if we continually have whatever those things we're enjoying and engaged in, if we continue to be able to have this wish to be free from the samsaric realm, and also able to discriminate, start to adapt our mind from things which sort of being able to define what the way into way of samsara, and then the way to go beyond samsara, and adapting our way, adapting so that we engage in that way of which will lead us beyond samsara, so a way which is not involved, we don't allow emotions such as attachment and aversion and clinging to arise. And when we're able to adapt to that way of engaging in activities, then we can say that that's a sign that renunciation has arisen in us.
So, most important for us, call ya 민중 계배 따디기 아니 디 치료 주고 주시 교회에서 많이 봐 아니 이 롱제당기 톤에 아니 고 롱제당기 톤에 엔딜라 코아다 양대 상무당당 디디주의 톤에 연주점에 고 라이브 에이전트 제대로요.
So this is also a way to help us really adjust to a kind of happier form of life, if we're able to not, when we talk about this mind wishing, renouncing samsara, and not just thinking about the sort of pointing to the sort of outside faults, but instead looking at the way that we actually sort of engage or enjoy or engage with things, and if we're able to adapt that, in a positive way of adapting that, then this is a way that we can adjust our lives to a sort of happier and positive way of living.
Then for this purpose, then one person says, I wanted to go into retreat. And then probably you can say, I will come back and see you very soon. That sounds very heroic action. Otherwise, what we do is saying, oh, this all are disgusting, oh, this really, now I need to escape from that. We have done that several times. Several times we have to move from here because the very noisy neighbor, I will go and buy another house. All these immigrants are coming here, now I will run to the countryside. We've been doing this from here, there, and then always there will be like, wish I born into the pure land, not in here. We've been doing this, but we never come to think, even I live in a very annoying neighborhoods, my mind can be very strong, that I can be liberated from this, the mind that which grasping towards this annoying thing, no more. That means like people ask a question, if the neighbors are annoying or not, but your answer is they can be annoying, but that really does not annoys me. Annoys me. Right?
Annoy me.
It
doesn't annoy me.
Annoy me.
Yeah.
This answer is given by Kunu Lama Rinpoche to His Holiness. Okay, when His Holiness went to receive a teaching, Kunu Lama Rinpoche's place in Varanasi. So then the Rinpoche's place is, there are 3 cross lines. So the Rinpoche can have the advantage of hearing all this noise from, and then you remember in India, it's not only the noise of a car, but people and cows, dogs, everything's there, right? So, and in Varanasi is super hot, and Rinpoche opens his window, and that could be super loud in a very tiny room. And then His Holiness try to listen teaching, and Rinpoche gives the teaching with so much respect, and then no problem at all. For His Holiness, it has brought up some kind of like, oh, this is really kind of annoying. And then he asked Kundalama Rinpoche, doesn't this bother you? And then with respect to His Holiness, he said, it doesn't bother me at all. So this is one of the greatest teaching through the experience. So that's how he is liberated, kind of liberated from thinking that samsara out there. It's like not any grasping towards it. There it is. So he is liberated from this kind of this grasping, clinging to that kind of samsara. So that is the real peace that we are talking about. But if you appreciate that, then day and night, you feel like, wish I can get that. Oh, so good. It's a little bit grasping also, but it's a good grasping, which you haven't grasped like this in your this life and most of our lives. So this is a new attempting of grasping, which is a very healthy one. So you should try. Okay, 이러다 보면 내려면 양양선 좀 인수군 중간에 좀 인계봐. Okay, so that is the second aspect. 인중 대한 남다 심지기 심범면 라면 전주 편도 대비 요런 런던은 그 심지 예. 조금 근데 그렇죠. 제일장가 인중 다 인중당 당 인중이 선보 여비나 이제 왜요? 이렇게 바뀌나. 네. Okay. 제장가 다 인지기 인중기 삼로유 차비 쇼라 아니 뭐냐 지나 인생군도 타바 되기 탑디 쪽 가르에서나 돈이도 싫어들.
So then, in terms of this renunciation, once we have this mind of renunciation, and then day and night the wish to, how do we sort of achieve that wish to, having the wish to be liberated from the samsara, then the main method is the wisdom realizing emptiness.
가르치는스나 아람도 포월에 깨버치 얘기 뷰지 가르치기도 슬라베나 아니 로추바 대한 추바만 보지 왜나 너네 아니 니루라 친줄로도 죽을러.
So then in terms of this, because why is that? Because in terms of what brings us the rebirth into samsara, then it's the mistaken mind that brings us to rebirth into samsara. And there, amongst the many kinds of mistaken minds, it's the one that is the kind of a complete opposite or complete inverted mind in relation to the way things actually exist, which is what causes us to have rebirth in samsara.
디레데 이나양 디급도라 인생군도 타바트니 그로디 깨베가라 아니 제르무치기 인중기 삼보디기 아니 탑텔라 아니 똥번이만 좀체 digi je di je so takma de ya chanju sem sung ko ye nenga de kare do slavi na ani danda ninjung di ke kabla ninjung di around su ninjung di ke nyamdo shingi ninjung di su ke to chi so to.
So then in terms of this wish to achieve liberation, day and night, having this aspiration to achieve liberation. And but actually, that is the way things are, that the primary method is the method of understanding emptiness. But here in this text, what Rinpoche does is to, in terms of giving us a method for achieving that wish for the wish for liberation, he, instead of immediately giving us the method of the realization of emptiness, he speaks about bodhicitta. And why does he speak about bodhicitta? Because just as we've given rise to this aspiration for liberation in relation to ourselves, then he is also sort of developing that wish for aspiration for the liberation, also aspiration for the liberation also for others.
그러다가 라운드 타바트니 잠시 로직 깨비나 안가로지는 셈디 가르차로서도 아 기비 중간 딕사리 삼삼도 지부 레비나 인신 동행지기 타 류신 동행지기 통도 잠베 딜이야 지기 강 톡톡으로가 제 엔테네마도 비까블라 아니 되는 소소랑기 따지기 알아서 그래 시발이야 아니 냠버 슈테 수레스마도 아니 배즈 체제 딜이야 배지 욕신 동년에 타는 찌모로냐 배로 양양도 깨디 고급 쇼로 그래서.
And so so what happens if we have this mind that only wishes for only for liberation and only for ourselves? Then what will happen to us is that we will get to a point where we feel that as long as I'm happy, then it's kind of okay. And then when we see the sufferings of others, we will try to some extent to help people as much as we can, but as much as we feel able. But at some point when we don't feel able to help them, then we'll kind of just kind of fold back into our sphere of our own peace. And what this does is that we lose an opportunity in order to be able to help with the suffering of all the others.
So that's why, like a similar picture in now these days, what our world is lacking is not the education only, but the modern education is very strongly there, perfect. But at the same time, we need to train the younger generation. While they are studying, they need to appreciate how to be a better person and how that can bring some change in the community. That is our critical situation at this moment, for sure, isn't it? So, like this, in this kind of approach, from not having the renunciation only, but then you really have to have a motivation that in the future, that even I get a liberation, but I take the whole responsibility. Whenever I am needed, whenever there is something that I can come, may I be able to benefit. So this is called expanding the mind. That's why the bodhicitta in the Tibetan we say sem ke. Sem is the bodhicitta for sure. Ke is to expand the mind. So more your mind always be focused on it, like liberation only. May I get liberation, then I will be happy for you. Well, that's what I'm looking for. That's I'm looking for. You train this mind like this, and then when you come to help others, then sometimes you feel super tired. And then you feel like sometimes not necessary. I cannot fix the whole world's problem is not my problem. That's how we come. Then we don't put any efforts. But if the Buddha can do it, we can do it. And how did Buddha become this wonderful person is how he trained himself. So he looked for liberation, but not only for liberation for yourself, for the liberation of others too. That's why Buddha does not rest to bring this teaching to others. Because why? Because why I look for this happiness, it's not happiness for yourself only, it's happiness for others. So that's like a goal for everybody. He achieved the goal for everybody. Right? Yeah. 제장가 인중 대야 남다 심지기 심만면의 라메 전주 편조 대비규 문제를 런전함이 전주 선주께 디지로다.
So then we'll read the verse number 6, where it says, such renunciation too, if it is not sustained by pure awakening mind, it will not become a cause of the perfect bliss of unexcelled enlightenment. Therefore, O intelligent ones, generate the excellent awakening mind.
수다 수시 되래. 다 된제기 로 계단에 간데 계기 있으나 아니 신에 들려야 수다 추시 중이죠. 너가리기 중앙 탐배다. 당전 짝에서 보셨을 마리미 메모진 군이티 메시버지 겨워로 동료순이 준지매가 나를.
So, and how to sort of develop or to bring that kind of mind on, then we read verse 7 and the first 2 lines of verse 8, where it says, they're being swept away constantly by 4 powerful rivers. They're bound tightly with the fetters of karma, most difficult to escape. They're trapped inside the iron mesh of self-grasping. They're enveloped from everywhere by thick mists of ignorance. They take birth within cyclic existence that has no end, where they're endlessly tormented by the 3 sufferings.
지금 당진 짝이 더 부수트 말이 문비 마찬가지 팁세 디나로라 당진 짝이 더 부수트들 나도 좀 당진지 말이 문비 마찬가지 팁세디 아니 시디비지거디.
So in the 3rd verse, where it says, sorry, the 7th verse, in the 3rd line of the 7th verse, where it says they're trapped inside the iron mesh of self-grasping. This is the grasping to the inherently existent self. And then when it talks about in the 4th line, where it says they are enveloped from everywhere by thick mist of ignorance, that ignorance is what is termed the obscuration to omniscience.
His Holiness applied this way of thinking from this go to it dirba 주다 추시 중에 치르세 되네 아니 동예순비 중에 매바 동예순비 중에 매바 나르세디 민중계부가가 야공중 유스.
So His Holiness sort of took this section of the text, the verse 7 and the first 2 lines of verse 8, and as a way of also bringing that on to meditate on the section on developing renunciation also.
다 담다 디 워들레 디 내가 덴벨 주베 만남기 안주섬 심조께버 저시도 잠베 아니 장니 덴제기 동해기 나로라야 안도 누구요 바다 로와 통바다 아니 마음 벌은 누구요 통니 아니 타바다 탐지 타바도 얘기 내가도 통도 잠베 내가 시도 잠베 랑양 덴제기 주베 내가 그래도 맞아 덴도 좀 와 내가 코어되지 신양 내가 그래도 코어로 코어되 통도 잠베 아니 덴제기 아당 신스다도 잠베 아니 고지기 뜻을 존중 통해 마다 신지끼리 시에버마도 동네 영당당 동네를 타다데 지부지견으셨어.
And so then in the second, the 3rd and 4th lines of verse 8, where it says, by reflecting on all your mothers who suffer such conditions, please generate the supreme awakening mind. So we reflect in this way of all these sufferings that are mentioned here, that we the sufferings that we have experienced in the past, the sufferings that we see now, and manifestly presently suffering and the sufferings that we will experience in the future, and then we understand the importance of being able to be liberated from all of these various sufferings mentioned. And so in this sort of because the
quality
so at the time that so wishing to be free of this time when we are remaining in the samsara, but also then thinking about how the others this time when others are have to experience the life in samsara, and then we see that actually there's the self and others are merely just sort of labels which are reliant on each other. The terms are sort of I, self, and other are sort of terms which are just merely reliant on each other, but actually the way that we undergo all of these experiences and have to experience all of these kind of sufferings is exactly the same.
In the mind training, especially, it is designed for how to achieve bodhicitta. So there it is the great Adisha, when he went to Tibet, and then he gives this kind of indirect teachings to the Tibetans, saying he sees a donkey there, and then he goes to the donkey and says like, "How are you, mother?" Right? It should be very painful, but it is for temporary. So he goes and it connects to that. So it is a kind of a direct or indirect teaching, right? So similarly, for us, when we are trying to get a renunciation, and it is a very, if you feel like I can take this kind of heavy burden, which I think like it's permanent, I can take it off, because the grasping, that I can see there's antidote, so that I can feel like there is a way out from this grasping. When you see this, then you look all around you. You just go in the park, one of the busiest street, you go there, and then look at everybody. They are here for not permanently, they're here for temporarily. That they are the way they are under the sway of the negative emotion is for temporary, like you believe in yourself. So then you cannot say anything to them, but you feel the connection there. They are here for temporary. When they recognize the true nature of the self, then they are here for temporary, like me. So then it brings such a great connection. Chezanga, this is also like a mind training here. 내가 인터뷰에 만남지 만들었어 심지어 다때네 디카도데라 now we only have 10 minutes, right? 10 minutes. Oh yeah, 15 minutes. Yeah, 15 minutes. So yesterday when we were coming, then you brought up one good question about some of the students saying when we have this kind of seven
point cause
and effect instructions. So then there we have repaying the kindness, right? Repaying the kindness. So my opinion that is, before going into all the mother sentient beings, one's mother, and now I need to repay the kindness. First of all, we need to focus on our own liberation, if there's a way out or not. So once we feel there is the clear hope, this liberation 100% now is there. Then once you have it, then it's more like you brought something very new and you really wanted to show it to somebody, you know? You want to show it to somebody. Show off. So, and then you wanted other person to buy that also. Okay, not like which I only have that one for myself. So you wanted to bring this to others. Then and the time to time, then all these seven the ways of generating bodhicitta, it should be more like making connection to the sentient beings. It is not like you are there, you are looking for an antidote. It's more like how do you connect with the sentient beings out there? So sometimes some great beings, this kind of effort doesn't, they don't need that much effort. Like His Holiness Dalai Lama, he always thinks this way of achieving like this 7 ways of this causal and result. For him, it is not a big deal. For him, most important is the equalizing.
Equalizing and exchange of self and others.
Not only the Dakshin Nyamche. So we call it
equalization of exchange of self and others, the other tradition.
Tone is giving and taking. So this is to also a training to get this kind of bodhicitta. So the it really matters that first you really need to understand what is the liberation, how to get a liberation out from this self-grasping, what are the real antidote towards that. Once you figure this out quite well, and then I think you wanted, in order to bring this to others, then there will be always difficult. Why should I this? I've been doing this for such a long time, but he does not appreciate. Okay, and then he can be like super annoying, and the tiredness will be bringing up. At that time, to keep up with that kind of people, we need to think about the kindness of others. And the debate was like, it's really funny and very good in a way, because yesterday when I hear this debate saying, if thinking that I need to repay the kindness of the mother sentient being, that person has given so much, but I've already been a mother to him and given so much already. So it is kind of equal. It's equal. And so that equality is not a part of here equalizing consciousness. So then even it's like comes to the measurement like this, but then this is how maybe you wanted to equalize like that, but so what does that kindness really means to you, that you really need to think about? So like for an example, if somebody gives you, when you are in a very difficult situation, and somebody gives you like $100 or franc, okay, like 50 years ago, 100 francs, that is a lot. So in order to repay his kindness, you go there and gives him a 1,000 francs. You maybe some people feel I have repaid her and his kindness, but some people, they have like, he been so kind, I'm going to give him a limousine or maybe a house. So this is thinking how you defined the repaying the kindness. More your mind is much more like a stronger. That depends. Not like if he gives me 50, I give him a 50. Otherwise, it is like a non-stopping thing. It's like a birthday gift. So annoying. Like I'm invited for a birthday party. I give him like a kind of a word of 100 francs. And now next time he just got, oh, last time he gave me 100 francs of this. Now I need to maybe put a little bit more. That's so annoying, isn't it? So it's not like this. This is where we think of the repaying the kindness. So whatever you have given or taken, but you haven't never give this kind of a gift, which is liberation. Okay, so which they have never heard of, which they will never experience of. Once they get it, they got liberation. That is the one of the best gift. So for that reason, Bodhisattva's gift is to the sentient being is the may I can give them a liberation and full enlightenment. That's the best gift. So it depends on how your mind is expanded. Okay, so this now from here we will look into. We have 15 more minutes, right?
Yes.
Okay. So now we will look at the text, the how to take the suffering into the path of death. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. 제상가다 동해 람도 캐를 세디 지단에 동해 람도 캐단데라 아니 정말한 저기 빼나 타바sam시 되니지 베이나 딜러양 콜라바비 동해 람도 캐단직 게시 추르데 단다 동해게 람도 캐르세야디 아니 단다 전주 셈도 송배가 이중 송사비 주고 전주 셈게당 진실지 동해남도 캐단디 고믹세리스.
And so when we talk about taking suffering onto the path, and there are sort of different ways of approaching that, for someone who wished only to achieve merely liberation, they would have one way in which they would think about or orientate themselves towards taking suffering onto the path. But if we're in the context we're in now, where we, after having spoken about renunciation and then bodhicitta, so then that would be a different form of a different way in which we take suffering onto the path.
제장가 다디네 디치랑 디 tatanda shungdi sibina ane di shungdi jamrochi sinyendi ane jerubuchi ki rangi lamaji ki jerubuchi le shundipshu ane lamandigi jerubuchi ki nyamnen zedandi ane be tumomanba jikmiksi shibuju di tonando chungje ane jerubuchi le ya ane kirang 동해남도 주변 당하지 용무지 ane
And so this text here, Lama Tsongkhapa of taking instructions on taking suffering into the path, came about from a request by one of his one of his gurus, and then and so they asked J. Rinpoche about they requested him to sort of give an instruction on the way that he practiced in this particular way, and he sort of, and because there was of the great hope of the person, the Lama requesting, and also because of their special and strong interest in sort of special attention, the strong interest to this tradition, and then J. Rinpoche spoke these instructions on how to take suffering into the path. So that's how the context through which this teaching came about.
Because also Lama so the unique quality in the Lama Tsongkhapa, and then he requests this unique way of your method is something very special. So please teach me. So now the give Shini be Shingani sa. Dunga Lamdo, Tibetan Dama no shi Chuna Sombalasa.
So then we read the text. It says, a virtuous friend told me once that it would be good if there were a short summary of the practice of taking suffering into the path. And since we have already have this corpus of the teachings, so it would be good if there was a short separate summary of the practice of taking suffering into the path.
Dhamma se dua. Dhamma se dua.
Yeah.
Se dua.
Do.
Inji na.
They didn't do. The mission don't you
Special.
A short summary of the practice.
The short summary. So in there you should add a special instruction.
So in the text it doesn't have this word dhamma like in Tibetan, which is the sort of personal or special instructions, which is not there.
So that covers a lot, because if you say like it's really good, you tell me, and that even Lama Tsongkhapa will give this teaching, it is not necessary you will understand fully. But person who has a certain faith, level of faith, that this is so interesting to you. If I get this kind of a instruction that can bring a huge change in my life, and then somebody asks this question, when he hears from Guru, totally changes his life. That is called special instruction. So the great Adisha, when he stayed in Tibet, because he's so famous of giving special instructions, and some people will come and then say, okay, the great Adisha, you give me a special instruction. And then Adisha loud giggles, saying, well, he says the very in a strange ways, but the real special instruction is how much you faith. The faith, he repeatedly said 2 times. So that means that faith is not just like, oh, I believe in you. No, but you already applied something kind of antidote in you, but still there's some kind of a level of struggling in your life. And then you feel like, I can do it, but I really need some guidance here. So you are so kind of have this thirst, and you wanted to have the quench
the thirst, yeah.
Quench the thirst, and then you ask for the water. That water becomes so precious. Not like, okay, not necessarily, maybe I will buy maybe 10 gallons of water, maybe I need it. So it's not like that. It's like necessary. So in the Switzerland, no more water, but you only have the 100 gallons of water in somewhere, you feel so rich, something like that. So here, when the Lama asked, Lama Tsongkhapa, one of the Lamas asked him to write this, and then Lama Tsongkhapa's reply is so beautiful.
So then Lama Tsongkhapa's reply says, since we already have the corpus of these teachings, it is inappropriate to create something on top of what already exists.
So because you already are doing so well in your practice, this is how I gained the teachings from you. You really don't need that. But because you said, I need to write it, because maybe this is for the benefit of others. So which now I feel confidence to do it, because I am not ready to give teachings to you, because you already have that. So if Lama Tsongkhapa thinks that my teacher, oh, I'm so qualified, more qualified than my teacher, and then maybe he's asking for, I'm better than him, that destroys all his knowledge, because the pride. Now this is how a relation between a teacher to teacher. This is how it incredible that is. So saying you really don't need that, but in the future, long run, for the students, maybe it's necessary you are thinking. So that's why I need to say a few words here. And then because you told me so, that I'm going to write this instructions.
However, in order not to go against this request, I shall give you a summary of it.
So that the most important here, Lama Tsongkhapa will say, Dungye lamdo sewa nigi riba chadis. Dungye lamdo kiel ni talam ni gupus.
So then he says, the most important thing, here he says, combining suffering with the path or taking suffering onto the path is divided into two sections.
다 nigi riba chadis. Teda dungye le mindu be lo toba. Ane tene dungye lamdo nigu.
But then there's the overcoming the mind that does not want suffering, and then there's the actual part or the main body of the practice of taking suffering onto the path. Overcoming the mind that does not want suffering.
Coming to
this sloka, the Rinpoche,
coming to know and overcoming the mind does not want 제가 동네 라야 민두비 로도가 세두자베 아라도 뭐지 동네 남도 가진 캔디도 살나 안 동네 누구 매자 동네 누구 매자 아니 동네 람마 되고요 람마 되고요 동네가 되네 제가 동네디 람라 파기요 투비나 강 앞에 끼고 용서를 디레스네.
So the way that this works is that in terms of how we sort of talking about how we taking suffering onto the path in the context of this first one is that we don't want suffering, but we do want to practice the path. So therefore, it's more accurately the mind which feels that it's good if we can take that suffering into the path.
So 제장가 제무치기 마란토 탐보 문주의 탐보 제사리 가와강 지구도서나 오늘 데이터다 찍기 동의 동의를 민주비 로도 도고도 동의 게 초설에서 로도 수도스.
So this first mind of wishing to overcome the mind that doesn't want something. Overcoming the mind that it's a mind that doesn't want suffering. We have to overcome that mind of suffering, and then you have this to generate the mind which understands that it's definitely possible. It's possible for suffering to arise. Suffering will arise.
가르치는으나 저기 코와 나로를 되니 that's to support this.
Yeah.
제장가 코와 나로를 되니 아니 그래서 그래 코와 나로 간지 기부되고 최 고주단디 최 재단디 아주 코와 나로래야 기부 간지 되고 그러서는 최딩 아주 라부요 말이 장부요 말이.
So in terms of remaining in samsara and the time when remaining in samsara, then the Dharma doesn't start by trying to explain to us how to remain happily in samsara. That's not what the Dharma does.
제장가 코에 나로라 동의 연구기에 디 마연의 땡예레스.
So it's guaranteed that suffering within samsara, suffering will arise. It has to arise. It needs to arise and must arise. That's the understanding.
That's the mantra. That's the mantra. So you repeat this. What do you expect? More than that. That's it. Has to go. If these kind of causes are there, the conditions are there, this kind of thing has to happen. You have to come to the touch.
You have to come to sort of decisiveness about that.
Unless then you will go, even you have this kind of feeling, then what goes back to the the original was so-called normal life. So we intend to go back very quickly because you always have a doubt, maybe there is some hope here. So we have that in deep inside. It's so slightly hidden, so that always go back to that. So Lama Tsongkhapa is saying, first that you ask for how to bring suffering into path. First, we really need to ask, do I accept the law of causality? Do you accept in samsara that all the things that it comes as a suffering, do you accept that? This is such a great teaching. Chetanga, Dungi, and then you have to ask, and then Dungi Lamdo Chewas.
And then how to take that. Then on the basis of that, how to take the suffering into the path.
Now it's on the top. Okay.
And then one coming to know that overcoming the mind does not want suffering.
Yes, it's the mind that does not want suffering. Yeah, it's overcoming the mind that doesn't want suffering, but it means accepting that there is suffering.
Yeah.
I think I know when I read it, I think I missed the 60.
Okay, so now lunch break.
Make up the song, make up this for now. Make up for the
就是我打不掉。 Maybe it's hot here.
For the people on Zoom, can you still hear us? Thank you.
Yes, I hear you.
Yes.
Yes.
And
I hear you.
Thank you.
보사 시부지 주지면도 마리라는 지행된제바 상계 신도 미게 벼바이 조금 남다 신나 저바이 조이 담왕고로라 엔달라군 바야 Suffering started positive on my computer.
Oh, is it?
Eh?
Dunia làm được case.
Yeah,
Computer đi.
no, not mine. Pressing on it, but it doesn't work. So
Này,
how to take this into path?
là vợ. Tiếp bộ được đi. Một số nó. Này,
This okay. Ah. 등이 그냥 감도 너무해서 따라. 네. 다 단지간도 아니면 로에 때때서 로입니다. 동의 동의를 스테리지 좀 제가 세던지 이미 이 필요해. 그 동라 텔레데니 규수비 제당 시 예.
shit. Shit on. Shit on, bro.
이래지 시뭐
Bởi vì
그들이지
rồi ni. Chích ni.
님도 직상도
À, cái này cho tôi thấy.
예. One page is
Đây. Cái chi tiết của. Này đi. Đi con này.
이거도 예. 어쨌든 그들이지 예. 여러분 sorry about that. 유튜브에서 시당 패배에서 치마를 대회 rundu 매배 동아집이 치를 케베기 동해 미수비 로제바 미차오 냐도 샘기 톱 제바를 준네 토마토 제비 냐바 양다 냐도 제바를 차세 디버디 찍로
So we just read a little bit from the text first of all. And so the text reads on from the last place we left off under the two divisions or sections. It says, the more incapable you are of tolerating suffering, the greater your unhappiness is, so that it torments you in this life. On that basis, your mental continuum is increasingly disturbed by hostility to the point that the torments of this life cannot be compared with the torments this will bring in future lives. And employing many reasons, a skilled person repeatedly engenders certainty in developing fortitude of mind, thinking, I shall not give way to a mind that cannot bear. I shall not give way to a mind that cannot bear suffering. And there's a bit more. If you become so determined, even great suffering will not torment you. Yeah.
이거 들어봐 디제 다 되는 애들 컴퓨터 같이
So it's up to I shall not give away a mind that cannot bear suffering.
다 단다 디지 치디나로야 제비나 아니 아란 쪽에 단다파도 동해를 세레스도 잡에 동해를야 아니 소금체 다 동해를야 소금체를 받대 다 아주 동해 ጤ닝기 당진디 슈처를 치러 그렇지 그때 얘네 엔지고 아마지고 중앙에 세월레스 제단가 다 단에 송데 동해를야 쇠샘 제닝기 말이야 그런 거 봐.
much air as well.
Mm.
So then up until now, so looking at the text here, it says up and that until now, we've been we've been
patience.
yeah, patience right. Oh yeah, so then it's what it's saying to us is that in terms of this our sufferings, then we have to become as patient as possible with those sufferings and to understand
not patient
yes, so yeah, so so having being patient with our suffering up to now is something which is actually a mistake we've done with a mistake. So being patient with the suffering, but particularly in terms of the being patient with the self-grasping, which is the thing that brings on, gives us our suffering. So that being patient in this way is a mistake. And so what we have to be able to do is become stronger and stronger in being able to tolerate suffering, but not not have patience with it.
tolerate nature. I'm not going to tolerate with this suffering anymore. Now I'm going to how powerful this suffering and the grasping all this is so powerful. I witnessed that power, but now somehow I'm tired of this. Okay, so normally how we use this kind of energy is somebody attacks you, somebody says bad things to you, we say enough is enough, I'm going to his house and then have a big fight with him. This is how we do it. Now we already done that. Somehow we made a mess out of this. So it's not a win-win game. Now we are going to close this chapter. More now you are going to fight with this grasping that even your enemy is already improved. But here you have the special image of this enemy who is already right now maybe become a bodhisattva. Maybe he's already a new person. But here you are thinking with this old memory and that somehow you are struggling in your life. Who is the real enemy is you're thinking towards this image. So now here Lama Tsongkhapa is saying here, normally we don't see this, but also this Lama Tsongkhapa is saying, but also the Shantideva in the 6th chapter, he clearly says that, like up to now I have taken a refuge to the
mental unhappiness, unhappy mental states.
Because due to the self-grasping, and then you feel like very uncomfortable feeling that you have, and then automatically you feel like I want a comfortable. I want that person to be saying good things. He does not have a right to say bad things. But you listen to your own ego or your grasping, and this is how you have taken refuge to the self-grasping. But now, actually, it should help me to bring peace. If you have a fight, you fight, and then you say, I'm super happy today. Okay? Super happy. It does not kind of bring damage on your image. And then also it brings a super peace. You do it. Buddha will never say it's a fault. But somehow you do it, even you have a right. When the person becomes angry, and that does not look good. Somehow you have the full right to be angry. Okay, so saying like, yeah, he didn't do anything, but something went wrong, that is from the other person's fault. But then you are so angry, right? super angry because actually Shantideva debate was very nice because he said, if there's nothing wrong from your side, but then why you are so angry at that person, right? It looks so strange to me. That's what he said. But if something that it's wrong from your side and he's angry, wow, and that is like the one person, he's right to be angry at you. So why bring conflict? So he knows how to balance his own mind. And then Shantideva at the letter, he just say, now all this I come because I cannot control right away my anger, because when it becomes manifest, it's so difficult. So how now meditate and then when to calm your mind, this is to watch. When calming your mind is such an important time to catch the special prey that it is the how this grasping really becomes so important. So let's say later it will come in the third aspect, which is bodhicitta, emptiness. In the emptiness, when we right now when we say this innate grasping I that has this object of this I, so when it is so it's not easy to recognize that where is that kind of innate I that we are so feeling important. So then in order to do that, when all this Lama Tsongkhapa's special instruction to the middle way that has a one section part, it talks about 제잔디 지랑 라로치다. 제장가 지름지 공주 뒤비가리야 아니 묘모 도송기 아니 지기 투용야디 묘모 도송 랑이 제버레도 그냥서는 묘모 도송도 투 차교지를 샤스. 그런 투 차바. 딱 콜로 투 중년으로부터 가르치는 당신들의 도스.
Okay, so Rinpoche, when he was meditating, and he sort of noticed that with the mental afflictions and the three poisons, it's not something they're not the thing that's causing the sort of disturbance in the mind. They've already created the disturbance in the mind. The thing which is causing the disturbance in the mental disturbance is actually the self-grasping.
다 네 인류전비 만주 등진기 등진 군다단 현재 니기 나오네 군다도 못 같이 딱 현재 시도전비 말한 군다 시도전비 두다기로 바 장제 현재 다 한제를 시도전비 풍부를 때네 다기도 지도 세시기 풍부용원에 되면서 상마자단도 두제기 도단들이 땅 안주기 전부 현재 등진 가서 현재 로를 차단 차르다 인지네 나 세로 차단 줘요 봐
Okay.
나 차르다 줄라 아 지금 전부 현재 차단 현재기 현재 디기 알아야 차단이 간대지도 저는 제원도 전에 아니 로지신 말한 주 공남주 신의가봐야 아니 지금 남도 용도 가진도 시지다 공대들이에요. 이거라 가자 캡처 캡충 청만 캡처 주라 무엇이 배가네 다 공대들이.
And so when we talk about the self-grasping, we divide this into two kind of kinds of self-grasping: the innate, artificially sort of acquired self-grasping, and then innate self-grasping. So this artificially or kind of intellectually acquired self-grasping is connected with sort of systems of philosophy, tenet systems of philosophy, and sort of assertions about the way, for instance, that the self exists on the basis of the aggregates, or on the side of the aggregates, and on the basis of how the philosophers search for instance, for self. But that when we're talking about in terms of this meditation, in terms of recognizing the self, the innate self-grasping, this form of appearance, the innate appearance of the self to innate self-grasping, is something that all sort of everybody sort of has in the sort of the wild animals and birds and all of these creatures are the ones who have this kind of this is the kind of self-grasping we're talking about, not the intellectually acquired one. And for instance, when even for instance, if you meditating on calm abiding and where the mind really settles down, and then still underneath there will still be this kind of innate grasping. And when we talk about the object, and so we're talking about the object of that mind, and particularly in relation to the object of negation. And then there are two sort of ways of discussing the object of negation. One which is kind of the over-pervasion or the over-refutation of the object, and one is the sort of under-refutation of the object. So not refuting enough and refuting too much. So these are two sort of ways we approach the object of negation, or because the mistakes in relation to the identifying object of negation.
제장가 된대기 곰디 두시 자베디 중국도 로디 중국도 와 로디도 진 정말 현재 근데 제도 제집에 남도 성가도 시도 잠베 아니 그 정부 지간에 아주 배 ngomba스도 이 심진 심년들 와 어디 트랩나로를 야레도 잠베 꼭 배신치라고 와 어디 중부는 신체 지금 아주 곰자베가 로디 등진 현재기 로리야 아 차단대로 진짜 중년 대원들 담배 아니 남시 주술직이야 아 신예지 공부를 강화해 되면 한 상계가지고 차량 주술직 중요해 나와 제베가 이제는 단다 말한줄이야 아니 동행이야 동행 단다 동행이야 세리치는 거 말이야 담배 아니 동행이 싸워 때리는데 동행이 싸워 때리는데 너무 도성이 나로네 머리봐 대양 머리비기 나로네 망고주의에 나로네 아니 니루당 진당 모두 제베기 로다 대단경에 대가지고 여러분 신세야 돼 이제 아니 아주 단답하도 라마트바치 엔디 강 전반의 시유에 냠베로데 태조 신체 아니 너무도 좀 방들이 기억을 해서 다 단일 송데 아니 동해를 세례 지금에 슬도 잠베 동해를 고고면서
tolerate
surrender 지금에
surrender
지금에서야디 자와 가을 세는 지금 동행 뭔가 끼었습니다 manifest 차차부 딜링이 surrender 지금에 시그면서 되게 동해다 동해기 깨세기 쭉 가관의 리그도선 딜리샤스 단계 디퍼라는 얘기 surrender 지금에 슬도 잠베 디 logo confidence
courage
or the love your is
so in relation to this, so in terms of looking at how the self grasping trying to sort of identify this form of self grasping and looking to how it arises in our minds. And so if you have a sort of if you're able to sort of calm your mind down so that a lot of our kind of conceptual thoughts have a little bit subsided, and then we're sort of looking for the arisal of this innate grasping to self, a little bit like if you're tracking, you need a lot of patience with this. A little bit like you would be tracking something like a wild animal in the forest or something. So you'd be tracking it like this. So you're waiting. You need a lot of patience for this, and the innate. And what will happen is
like Discovery Channel, they go with the camera, lens, huge lens, and they have to stay in the water for almost like such a long time to get one good shot. So similarly, this is the meditation. We are going to see how this innate mind is appearing in our sort of
the innate self-grasping mind is appearing. So you need a tremendous amount of patience for it so the mind, if your conception subside a little bit, and at some point, when if you're able to stay like that for some time, then this innate self-grasping will arise to the mind, whose object of the self is something which is completely unrelated or independent of the aggregates. And so this is at the time when you're what we call the time when you're searching for the view, or you're searching for this self-grasping. And you'll see that and so it's this innate ignorance, which is the one that gives us the suffering through the sort of through giving sort of helping to create the three to be the cause for the three poisons. And this innate self-grasping mind, what we need is a direct counteract, a mind which is which apprehends apprehends things in a direct opposite way to that kind of innate self-grasping. But we're not attuned to this. We're not really sort of aware or attuned to this, and so so this is something that we're not attuned to this. We're not really aware that this is what is this is the problem that's giving rise to all of our mental afflictions, and this is what we should not. In the text, it uses the word like tolerating, but in Rinpoche says to use the word surrender. We sort of vow not to surrender to this kind of grasping, and also it's not, when we talk about not surrendering, we're not surrendering at the time when these negative states of mind, particularly this innate self-grasping, has arisen. That's not. We're not talking about not surrendering it to them. We're talking about having the courage to not surrender to the because of my own body, not
surrender to the situation which is already manifest.
Yeah.
But not the clever way is like in future these kind of situation will come again in a different form, different ways. But the root of this thing, or the masterminded one, will be this from the self-grasping point of the truly existence of that I. Unless we don't remove this kind of innate I, then this problem will be coming again and again. So not surrender means not to the manifest problem. It's saying not surrendering to the self, the innate self.
So we have to have this courage that we don't courage to be able to not surrender to this innate self-grasping, which is the thing that brings us all our problems, difficulties, and suffering.
다 딘데 마치베체 단도요 아니 동네리야 아니 쇠심 체는 데베이나 텔라디니 유튜브에 샤당 펠웨 또가 주자보들이도 페베 비주란데 자보들이도 펠웨.
So then it says then it says, well, it mentions in the text where it says and on the basis of that, or if we don't do like that, then what happens is that your mental continuum will be increasingly your mind stream will be increasingly disturbed by hostility.
치마를 디웨 수준도 매봐. 제주점에 대례 말을 하고 동네 체지.
So then be increasingly disturbed by hostility, and so that the future the future sort of sufferings of the future lives will be incomparable to.
If you don't handle the situation now, cannot learn the lesson from your mistake from now, if you feel like, well, now it is okay, you just keep it like a symbol. Okay, what like a cat buries her own poop like that, then definitely in future it will be much worse. That you need to keep in your mind. That's what Lama Sangha was saying. Don't give it chill. That kebe, that did a keba chab, naso kebe, Siduzambe, Jinjigi, you carry cargo you may. Any Dangzindi, Chinjilo in Bahakone, 딱 카드잖아. 시그다라 카드 맞아봐. 난기 묘모 도수만 카드도 초 돈이지 지기인스나 델라 케바. 델라 케베. 케베.
Yeah, so then it uses the word in the text where it says then it says about a skilled person or the wise one. It could be something like this in the sort of third, fourth paragraph where it says a skilled person or a wise one, and so if we become skilled in the process that we've been mentioning, then what do we have what is it the cause that we have to stop? So it's not sort of in terms of sort of external enemies or that kind of thing. It's this internal enemy of our self-grasping and understanding that internal of the enemy of the self-grasping is mistaken. So that's the cause of it. That's what the skilled or the wise are skilled in, and what they try to prevent.
Yeah. So now, when you if you highlighted this wise man, how you define this wise man, and then normally when you are facing some problem, and then you feel like you cannot kind of control the situation quite well, and then normally we say if you are becoming more angry, and then there's a saying in English, don't lose your cool. This is the mantra. Similarly, in here, it will be such a great reminder for you saying, I cannot do this stupid behavior because I am a wise man. Okay, I am a wise man. What kind of wise? I know where this conflict has started. It's not from out there. This is how I am really making a scene out from this. So I'm not going to do this stupid thing because I'm a wise man. So it is giving you the kind of a deepest definition of how to be a wise man here. This line is very important. In the middle, Lama Tsongkhapa will say, because you are like that, then I'm giving you this teaching. So it will be here. So that's why we need to keep this in our mind. Sa kebe sa dungi misubi lo keba michawo nyamdo semgi top keba le gyunzen tomang da kebe nyeba yang yando keba chade sidu ta dele ya ani chidan tangi nyen dele ya dungi kedang dungi ju khari ki chebe dang kengi cheson ani yele mara rangi ani samodang dangi chugo dene cheson segi dini koru le yawa ya je tuba tene sonde is So
we need to have some sort of certainty and to make effort, and then to get some certainty in this way of understanding what the way that suffering arises in terms of its causes and conditions, and what is the substantial cause of being able to sort of delineate what the different kinds of cause are, and particularly in terms of the substantial cause, and understanding that is the mistaken mind, which forms the substantial cause for all of our suffering. And so we have to sort of make effort in understanding the reasons behind this, as it says in like the fourth paragraph. Employing many reasons, a skilled person repeatedly engenders certainty in developing fortitude of mind, thinking, I shall not give way to a mind that cannot bear suffering. So again and again, making effort to understand, using reason to understand this, particularly in relation to the causes and conditions of suffering.
So this situation, if you can apply to your own thing, then how to face outside world could be much easier. And then this way of teaching was taught by His Holiness few years ago, like 3-4 years ago. His Holiness gave such a great guidance to the young generation people, Westerners. And then His Holiness said, compassion is the only answer, bodhicitta is so important. He went through that. Then in the audience, they are not Buddhist. So then one young guy, quite an intelligent person, I guess. So he listened to that, and he with a kind of folded hand, he said, well, bodhicitta and the compassion, it sounds amazing. Well, it's something maybe to do with the individual life. But now here, the situation of the world is going so crazy. Like you are one refugee. Who make you refugees? China, Chinese government. And how can you say soft things? Because they are doing totally something so harsh, so bad. And now you being kind of a little bit soft here is not a solution, I think. And so that was the kind of the young generation energetic. They want to do something now. And his holiness, somebody translated that to his holiness. His holiness laughed a bit, and he didn't answer. So now, when I thought of like this, because I went to the private office, and that time in the office, a friend of mine, secretary, we've been discussing, and then he also felt like, yeah, that's actually true, isn't it? The young guy, his way of saying and thinking is kind of true. And then I got like, oh, that is not good. So then I went back and tried to give myself a thought. Even you are angry, how you want to take an approach. Like when they learn Kung Fu, karate, and if you want one skillful fighter with so much anger, you cannot fight well. Because a person who is controlled by anger, he's always blind. He cannot see the target well. That's the karate lesson they give this teaching. So first you need to calm your mind down, okay? He's crazy, I'm crazy, two crazy people fighting, that it's not going to turn well, okay? So now in here, when we talk about compassion, bodhicitta, it does not mean that we shouldn't say anything, we shouldn't bring any action. That's not that way. So how you fix a problem, you need to check with your own emotions. Am I doing this in a harsh way, or something that doing it so much uncomfortable, so much pain, so much worry? Am I taking this approach, or with the coolness, calm, and differentiating between the behavior, the person, and the behavior? So we are trained like that. So behavior, we cannot surrender. And I will surrender. But for the person, can improve. That's the hope. Hope for the best and prepare for the worst. But that's the training. So like this, when we try to take control of your own mind here, we are not going to surrender to the negative emotions. And then that is a kind of a great way to say, I'm taking care of myself. And normally we say, take care of yourself. And that it means like, look if the car is coming or not, or something like you are eating or something wrong or not. It's considered like that. But real taking care of yourself, your negative emotions, that's more painful. So, Tsongkhapa di nang lo la ya, KBG's Dungel Mississippi Lojo, Michawo, never sing your turn during the Junzen about this one. Dining to Genas, Chedi to Gevinas, the Jigging to Gevina, Dungi Chibian Duma Minjushin, Nindo Chungshin Dana, term never doing 동해의 규칙에 변화 보고 랑기 매비스 타통원은 바덴 하버 대신 다음에 신매의 타통원은 예신 먹을 유어신을
So read this first of all, this next piece where it says, if you become so determined, even great suffering will not torment you. If your determination is weak and your mind is feeble, even that which is meaningless will become suffering for you. For example, when a warrior sees his own bleeding injuries, their firm courage grows stronger. The coward falls unconscious upon seeing others' bleeding injuries.
This example, are you familiar with this kind of example? It's a real Tibetan and more
Very
Indian thing. So it is more the saying with the right information, with the quite good understanding of how to deal with the suffering. Then when even it's a big situation happening, you can control it very well. But if you are not skillful, if you are not trained in that way, and even if it is a small thing, you will go crazy. So here, what is to take away from this is there is no way that we shouldn't go out in this world without training yourself. So actually the training in Switzerland will be going to army. But here, real army is something that we need to bring inside. That courage, encouragement, which is the real enemy, which is a temporary enemy. You need to differentiate between that. 다 되네 같이 해도 말래 우리었다. 다 람라 람도 땅와라 랑라 되데 람도 제바당 신의 미기 저 니래 당분이 네스티지 thatlot.
And so then the text reads on, in taking that as a path, there are two. Taking suffering onto the path through considering yourself, and taking suffering onto the path through observing others.
다 람도 상복 아주 가르래 깨냐 람도 체당도 말봐. 당보디 아주 가르쳐서 가서 그래 직직도 저러지 가르쳐주다 나서 등에 등에 람도 셀바니 등에 람도 셀바니 이게 같이 등에를 민두별로 도단 거 까메 그게 봐탄다. 제장가 등에를야 안에 도도 메베 로스를 가서 동네를 민두별로 도고래 시도점에 안에 다 동네디 랑과 땅이 있어. 동네 그런 강의 요번에 신시지 랑과 땅이 있다. 동네 신들이 개초를 당당들 니 요래 아랑을 좀 전도 제대 동네랑도 당당지다. 신을 미디 동네랑 당당지 니 요래.
So when we're further up at the beginning of the text where we talked about this division of overcoming the mind that does not want suffering, and then we talked about that mind that doesn't want suffering, and also combined with the understanding that suffering is definitely will arise. It will arise. Then what we do is then we sort of direct that suffering so that we take it onto the path, and so in that one, as we take it onto the path in the context of that understanding of the mind not wanting suffering, then you have two: the one taking suffering onto the path in relation to oneself, and then in relation to others.
제가 다 당부들 가르통도 대들 심기 똑게네. 대들 심 똑게네. 시를 단지 녀를 그 뜻이자와나 신 심기 똑게단데 단지 다 카드자기 그때 간들이야 단다 녀들 얘기 내가 친구를 지지 지소소한도 단다데 동네를 세례 지담 제버던 게 아니 고민수로 지레스 동네를 세례 치는 거 말해서 소소한 단지 대중녀들 개친구를 나비봐 어디
not surrender.
어디 대다르스템 기 똑게네서 대다르스템 쪽 딘릭sem디 똑게 소나스 그래 딘릭셈 똑게 소나 아니 그래서 그래 디워리를 대답 셈비 또 게네서 디들 동예 중앙되네 소소도비 싫어게 또는 담발라 다수 싫어게 소소도비 싫어지도 담배 딘디 동예 도스 깨원도 잡에도 다제치 딘디 오디 게디 겐디난 디기 진 최송 잡에 딘디 싫어 뒤에 고그레스 싫어 또디 여디니 될라 아니 또다 담발 연전 잼비치를 가워 제바식데 시도 담배 ale ta nyomon to sum didan di cheba de ni ki ani le didan di cheba yu ken di didan cheba de ke so a se che la du zambe ani gawa cheba chebe dungye cheba chi ma res
Right. So then in the text, it's sort of where it says about dividing into these two parts, and then the next bit of it says that then taking suffering onto the path through considering yourself or in relation to yourself, and then having found so what it says is having found the strength of mind. So the strength of mind is the strength of mind which relates back to finding the strength of mind to not surrender to the self-grasping and as a root of mental affliction. So not surrendering to that kind of mind, having found that kind of strength, then as it reads in the text, you develop good qualities such as powerful discerning wisdom to be glad when suffering arises. So this discriminating wisdom which analyzes the process of how suffering arises, looking into its causes and conditions, and discriminating in that regard. And then a person who, in the Tibetan it uses the word as a person who's got that kind of wisdom. It doesn't come across in the translation, but that person then who understands the relationship between karma, but really the causes and conditions which then give rise to our suffering. So that kind of person with that kind of discriminating wisdom, understanding that, will then be glad when will feel a sense of joy when the suffering comes. They won't be kind of oppressed by it. They'll actually feel a sense of joy when suffering comes.
So it is not the joy. It is not the joy that they are rejoicing or they are appreciating the suffering itself. It is they come to now know it is for like if there's a leakage happening in the house, then you will not like the leakage. But once you find where the leakage is coming from, and then you come to like, okay, now I can deal with that. So that's happiness. So this kind of happiness we are talking here. Okay. 아니 가와들이 지금 데베 토네 아니 로들이 주요나 아니 때네 다 된디나 텐션 총지 송제 다 텐션 총지 하래 아니 시벌이 녀버를 좀 이게 샘게 봐 되게 지기 유단 게 가데 지지기 이 사고를 유단 게 가데 아니 이 차바딩에 카드 자투사리 sometimes 지금 톱들이 지금 여대가 값텔라 아니 된대기 강사텔라 아니 신에 내가 놈에 오기 지시도 되래 맞아 되게 담보디 스티벌에 녀버 좀 셈 개단다 아니 캡라 이든 이 때버 쳐봐다 아니 쳐버 세버 쳐봐 아니 디고를 잡아 쳐봐 겨월라 가워 쳐봐 아니 semjenle 닝지 된바 지지 아니 전전 총디 아니 다시네 지금 그것이다 통구리스.
And so when we're talking about this, so then there's someone talking about this, having this gladness of sort of understanding the process of how the gladness of the understanding the process of how the suffering arises, and then that someone who has that kind of gladness or sort of joy in their mind, also to understand how again, because of their understanding of the way that the causes and conditions bring the suffering, and then they also have this a kind of courage to be able to feel able to counteract those causes of the suffering, and understanding how they arise through also through karma and mental how they're controlled by karma and mental afflictions. And so these so then on the basis of the person who has that sort of gladness about understanding that way that occurs, then there are six they develop six good qualities which are described here in the text. So the wishing to, becoming determined to leave conditioned existence, finding confidence and refuge, dispelling haughtiness, shunning negativities, rejoicing in virtue, and developing compassion for sentient beings.
So this is like Lama Tsongkhapa saying, now for that kind of people who has the right intention, and then there are this kind of six qualities, they have to gain it. So that is similar saying, if there could be like two patients, the one can be like, I don't know this, I can be saved and I don't have any hopes now. I don't know, I can recover, becoming so lazy, okay, that I completely given up your life, and then takes a medicine. But the second one is like a doctor. He kind of knows how medicine works and he knows what kind of disease he has. And then comes like, there is a certain hope there. And then he will look for medicine and then he knows what he's eating, that he has more effectiveness. So right now here, the person who really wanted to take the suffering into the path has, at least he has to have this kind of a confidence that whatever he's going to apply this kind of a bring this kind of a knowledge, so to these kind of qualities, that is something to do with his confidence level. So likewise, also we think when we take a refuge, because many of us has taken a refuge, and but somehow, for instance, my way of taking refuge is something like, yeah, I'm Buddhist when I'm born, and then I take a refuge. Not a really healthy way of taking refuge, I guess. Not knowing where I'm taking refuge at, to whom, I have no idea. So many of us, we do that, but then sometimes we feel like Dharma is not effective in our life. So it is very important that because here, whatever this the prescription that Lama Tsongkhapa has written here, so if we are going to take this kind of medicine, we need to kind of at least have quite a quite an understanding, because I have this at least a wish to recover from that, wanted to once fight back to this disease, then I'm going to take this medicine. At least we have to have this. So then even they saying the concise.
So it's been translated here as confidence in refuge, but I think it's more like your refuge becomes more, making your refuge more stable.
Oh yeah, it's more stable. So this is one important message Lama Tsongkhapa is giving us here. Ta di chebe ina ta tangbu de la tangbu la ni sa le da nyomu ungi ji su ko kya ba si tu le da 레다 뉴몽 응게지 코어를 참바 시도 디단 디다게 동네게 나고를 줘 하나인베 디 배드 개친 거래 하나인베 세트 다야고 하나인베 디마도 던 로사요 말스 보다 하나인베 녀랭지 공부 닝섬 저와 시와 다게 뭐 차오 다 겨와 주마진 싸워니 리마도 레다 뉴몽이 겨와 디다 싸워니 닝주 민주스메게 셈바지 쇼고스.
And so then the next, so then the text starts to refer to the first of these, the developing the thought that is determined to leave conditioned existence. And then it says, think, so long as I wander in cyclic existence, controlled by karma and afflictions, for that long I will solely be harmed by this kind of suffering. So this is a very important point that you should mark in your text. It should be that word solely is an extremely important word, in the sense that there's no other way. It's not going to be any other way than that. It'll only be harm to suffering. So that's an important point. And then it reads on, therefore I shall attain the state of peace in which I am compelled to repeat repeatedly. I think it should meet up and conjoin with the appropriated aggregates, the shimp of the Lord. Henceforth, so long as you wander in cyclic existence and are endangered by multitudes of suffering, instead of thinking I do not deserve this may not arise, think that this is the natural state. So if we have these the grasping mental afflictions and stuff, this will be this is how it is always going to be.
Yeah. 제가 다 말한 저기 남샤균도 딜리아 uniqueness 지가려스나 동행기 자와디 가르기 쳐서 그 개와 쳐. 와 아니 뇨몽도 자와디 가르기 쳐서 시드 던진기 쳐서.
So there's a sort of slightly uncommon way of presenting this. I think that is very useful. Is that if we think of what is the root cause of our suffering, then actually we can say that birth itself is the root cause of our suffering. If we talk about what the root cause of our mental afflictions is, then we will say that the self-grasping, the grasping to inherent self, is the root cause of our mental affliction.
제가 남샤균도 뭐지 그 비전한 때문에로 메기 로서 잡에네 비디 제가로야 아니 코에다가 가를 슬람산 바토셔도 좀 코에다가 머리거리 바토셔서 바도지기 고 르버지제 아니 동행이 자와디 가르쳐서 먼저 단다 레당 유모니라 카드 초구요 말에데 이내 간조레 순부순이디 고 동행들이 이 교회 동행이 차와도지 동행이 가르치 지도 있다 풍부들은 수구랑한테 말해 수구디고 쇼라해 또의 셈비치고 봐 제단과 초와다 셈 두시에다 저 넘버십이 제용한테 세버리 띵도 좀 띵디게 넘버십이 추바되다 아니 수구 띵데 좀 컨타미네이티드 저지 여차비 주고라 아하 딘나노니 expectation 야게 제야게 루스 콜라 코라나 바베마도 expect 제야게 루스 하면데 지기 아니 딜리트 가디도와 시버를 참친지 능에 교민의 지원이 무효것이 중앙마인지 고용응주이노 어디 파도
Hydrated, contemplate, let's see which ideas see the data.
어디 파도 파자.
So yeah, in terms of and in the text, what if we read through the text, when we're reading through general text, it always says that the first point that the people really that is really pointed out to us is that as the ignorance as being the root cause of samsara, and so that's pointed out as the kind of root cause of samsara. But actually, when we sort of so then we look into the self-grasping as the cause of the mental afflictions, and but also how the suffering the mental afflictions and the karma is a kind of cause of the suffering. And if we also think of where these three forms of suffering, the suffering of change, the suffering, change, and or pervasive suffering, where these three sorts of suffering come about through having the aggregates. And here we're not only talking about the physical aggregate, the aggregate of the body, but also the other four mental aggregates of consciousness, feeling, discrimination, and karmic formations. These four also are also sort of as lie at the base of our suffering as part of the aggregates, and particularly the confused and contaminated consciousness, which drives this whole process. And so, if then, on the basis of all of that, with that as a basis, then there can be no expectation of anything sort of, what's the word, not sort of good, but you can't have we should not have a high hope for all of this, as it said, for this engaged in this process, where it says in the last lines of that first section, henceforth, so long as you wander in cyclic existence and are endangered by multitude of suffering, you should not think, I do not deserve this, or that, you know, this shouldn't arise. Basically, this shouldn't be happening, is essentially what it means. May this not arise, because this will be the natural state. You can have no more expectation than that, because this is the natural state, as it says, of cyclic existence.
So maybe we are above 18, so maybe I can say maybe a little bit a little bit sharing the word. Normally we say bad situation turns into our life, and what do we normally say? Shit happens. We say that. It's such a somehow people say this in a different way, but now having this understanding, you say it. That's so true. So what do you expect more than that? That's really working as it should be. So don't cry here. So cry if you cannot get out from there. So don't cry in here. So okay. So now we take a break. Okay. 15-minute break. Right? Okay. Then we. 三级不离，就是面对当日的，三级行的密的，譬如一种南道行，这个说也的嘛，我来，他的老姑娘的，OK。 Thank you so much for sharing Dharma. It's a part of question.
Might be.
Just kidding. You mentioned that emptiness is basis for the both part of self-liberation.
Yeah.
And Karsati.
The
Ar-
Tibetan hardship.
What's that?
Because Papa Mali, because it happens really the basis in the one. Self-liberation wrangles.
Okay, the question, Madhu.
Can you please talk more about emptiness?
Emptiness is coming up. So it's after this, the three. Right now, we are focusing on the bodhicitta part. So what we will cover about emptiness is maybe tomorrow morning. So then I will explain more about emptiness. So that at this moment we can skip this to save more time. But of course, I will look into the question. How would you define emptiness at the relative level? Mind with the impurities. Impurities and 가지고 그래. Oh, okay. System down and Chimada Cherry Sim Sigurve. You can just see this. Okay. During our revision of practice, how can we not just recognize emptiness intellectually, but actually experience emptiness in the physical forms? That's what that is.
Because the partial because the chalks the soap then the only the young tour best or should be some do.
조금 용토.
조식이 돈이 돼. 조식이 돈 차대기 용토를 best.
Can you please further talk about how realizing emptiness leads to the detachment? Okay, it's coming up. It's coming up. Regularly. Okay, this is from Venerable Lopsang. When the Buddha offered his body to the tigress, did the tigress accumulate the negative karma by killing the bodhisattva? Or because the Buddhists are offered it, or does it? They don't one of the 5 near Kasa. Imitate.
Yeah, no, because they duplicate not the because they lumps of the double maybe.
The child might be. Okay. Maybe we answer that first. Okay. When the Buddha offered his body to the tigress, did the tigress accumulate negative karma by killing the bodhisattva, or because the bodhisattva offered his body, it wasn't one of the 5 near Chamena?
Yes, seminal
Immediate Karsadi?
With immediate retribution. They got lumps and they get double make occasionally.
I think this is very high level. But then the question is, oh, this tiger is the animal, then how you talk about all this special karma connection and all this sort of. Okay, so now so this is also kind of looks like a Tonglen practice that has done by the Buddha in the his one of the past lives. But actually, this kind of practice needs a certain level, so don't get confused. Don't try that at home. Yeah. So in the entering to the middle way, when the person time to time, Buddha will remind that is on the some way on the path of preparation that one is allowed to do kind of giving his body to the animals, and that is okay, but not before. Okay. Then what does that really mean? Because in this life, there are so many ways to bring a compassion for your own good, okay? Which is not shouldn't mix with self-cherishing, but you really need a great compassion. So, and then what on the level of the part of preparation, and also on the first bhumi of the first bhumi of Bodhisattva, what happens is one little bit of hesitation of like, I cannot give. They're holding a little bit, it stops their realization. But for us, it is looking like how dare he can give this body. But what they really wanted is the great compassion, much stronger. In this life, which even you try other things, it is not going to bring any kind of this result. But then that time, just in the first boom, it says, even giving by 1 inch from cutting one by one with the sharp blades, just cutting with the bone, it says, okay, more pain for that bodhisattva brings so much kind of more compassion. Now I can do this, I can give this word. So this only is a bodhisattva practice. We can never hear this, our heart has done this practice, or that is something, a great compassion, which you're talking about. But when we say like this, you go, oh. But to be honest, we practice Chö. The Chö practice is full of giving not only this contaminated body, but you are giving this special the body or the mandalas that you build. It's for the sentient beings, and that's why what from this kind of effort, this kind of way of thinking, what we will try to achieve is form body, sugu, but the shenten sugu. If you put one extra, that makes the image much more clear. Shenten sugu.
So the form body, which is for the purposes of others, the aims or welfare purpose of others.
So it is more like saying, I don't want any image. Whatever the sentient being has a benefit to receive the teaching, I can manifest into this. So there is a way of thinking, but this is debatable. But they're saying the Buddha does not have a form of its own. There's a debate, but we don't need to go through like what? You don't need to believe like that. This is something they have this kind of understanding when they say the form body is for the benefit of others only. So then people does not have a quite good understanding. So they go like, okay, Buddha does not have his own body. He does not need one. So then what are seeing in front of us is somewhere from our the influence or the blessings from the past prayers from Buddhas is the one condition, and your faith to the Buddha comes together, then there is the visions coming out. That's how they believe it. The people who does not believe it from the Buddha has the form body. Okay, so now going back to the whether it's right or wrong, for Bodhisattva it's right, because from there he will get immense. When we recite the sixth session Guru Yoga, in there saying, now even I need to give up my life, I'm going to give my life. before it wasn't saying I will, before knowing anything, he does not say that. Who? Us. In the text we are reading it, right? So now there's certain point it's saying like how much this bodhicitta will cost my merit. I'm ready to get this. That's why Lama Adisha, who has a super understanding on the highest school, which is the Prasangika school's understanding, then he goes to the Indonesia to receive the teaching from Lama Silingpa, even though he's the view is on the Chittamatra school. But when he goes like, this is the great master, if I receive this teaching from him, I will gain this bodhicitta. Right now, when we have the picture of going from India to Indonesia, like a flight, but that time there's no flight. No, like a fancy boats. It is more like you have to give up your life for that. And the Lama Adisha is ready for this. So actually, the trip went very, very, very difficult actually. But then once arrived there, there's a big trouble because of the differences, discrimination of the schools, and he is nihilism, nihilist. So we shouldn't give any votings to this person. There's so much conflict there. But then Lama Adisha never gave up. Then he receives this teaching. From that day on, he says, even I have one small sambo,
good heart or kind heart.
kind heart, it all comes from Alsilimbo. That's the word he says. So in order to gain this kind of a beautiful mind, strong mind, and then somehow for a lifetime, we have to die. We have to die, right? So it's more like worth dying or something. So Bodhisattva feels that. So forget about going to the hell, but it is like something amazing that Bodhi wasn't one. The offered his Bodhi, he wasn't a woman. Oh yeah. So then giving the Bodhi to the tigress, who isn't mixed up with contaminated mind. No self-grasping, no self-cherishing. Pure giving, 100% pure. And now let's discuss about the tigress. And the sweet is 5 cups, correct?
Yeah, cups.
Four cups. To make this kind of a bodhisattva, to make a connection with this great bodhisattva, and they are the one who is giving this opportunity to the that bodhisattva. They are 100% not ordinary. I'm not saying they are Buddha, they are real bodhisattva, but this is such strong karmic connection, such a karmic connection that they 100% that we could say they have a strong dharmic connection already. So what is the sign of that? When Buddha gave the teaching, first teaching, they are the one. They are the one, not because they have eaten the flesh of Buddha in the past. Because the special bond that if one can look into, it's from a long time ago. That's why we always make a prayer at the end of the Guru Puja. 코르기 통만이도 다 줬대. 코르기 통만이도 다 줬대. saying, may I become the first disciple of yours, the end of the Guru Puja. So that is the prayer. They've been doing this. May I be the first. So that first is not a number first. Whenever you come to realize this, may I get it from her directly. So this is prayer we are making with our gurus, and this prayer is done with this tigress, and one of the beautiful things is when they give a teaching. When he first time, we need something like that, right? So Buddha gives a teaching, and then in the Four Noble Truth, then you do saying,
This is the noble truth of suffering.
it's the truth of the suffering. The truth of this is the truth of suffering of the truth, right?
Noble truth of suffering.
Noble truth of suffering, and ultimately the first the person gets the realization. No effort, but we for like you're like so instant. Wow, so good. I like that. But it doesn't work like that. We haven't seen the backstage, what is really happened there. So many people get confused with this, saying like, Maharajaba didn't study well, but he can still get fully enlightenment, staying in it, like doing so much practice in the cave. So why should we study? Why shouldn't we become like Maharajaba? But then we forgot to ask about, can we get a marba? And do we have to marry? And when you hear this name of this kind of practice, does this give you something or something like, even I don't know, I feel so connected deep inside you. When you hear it and you are, you cannot hear it, there's so much kind of sadness or kind of a sort of similar. I'm
not able to sort of stay if I don't have the Dharma. So there's a strong sense of sort of being afflicted with suffering. If I can't have the Dharma.
So all this we forget to ask the question. But what we already presented in the picture, only this what we see. So I think this picture of the tigress and the tigress and the cub, and then the bodhisattva dying, all this are something extraordinary happened. But like in the Discovery Channel and all this amazing things happens in the animal realm, and then these insects. They are incredible things, because maybe I'm not only one who has seen it. Like a lioness adopting the calf, rat,
or a deer or something.
A deer. Yeah. See, and to protect this calf, that she doesn't want to go out for hunting, because somebody might take this kid away. And then she protects, and then she becomes so weak. So this is not normal. But we only see one animal's behavior, but we don't, we stop somewhere there, but we don't go like, what could be the cause of that? How this mind can be so powerful? How this can happen into this animal realm? Why it's not happening with me? Why am I coming to people who study, but it is not coming to this kind of point? Why? Why this animal? But then we haven't looked back to what could be the reason from behind. This is the one kind of a storyline. We need to step back and look. Okay. Then from Rinpoche related qualities of wisdom, power, compassion to words learned, pure and novel as interpretations of venerable. Would it be right to think of the former group as the being at an ultimate level and the latter as the relative level? That's what it is. So this is what it is. No need. This is on the conventional level we are talking. So this is nothing to do with. It's more like as a loving ba. Good and debut some
Yeah, so it's more in the way of thinking about these as being related causally. So the learnedness, the purity and nobility being a cause of the wisdom, power, and compassion. So they're related causally, not in this context of ultimate or conventional.
Normally, I don't know if people explain like this way or not, but when yesterday I was thinking about that, it looks very relevant. So then, why relevant? Normally, when we say the Buddha has this quality, and then this actual quality you will not find in our ordinary appearance of our teacher. But what we can find in our ordinary teacher, that is the
learnedness, the nobility, the purity, and the learnedness.
So then once you take this refuge, not only in the Buddha, but also your teacher as in an ordinary form, who has this quality, which can lead us from here to there. That's how we say to our teacher. So then you can make kind of a feel certainty that this teacher has this quality, so that he can take me to the next lead to the next level. Yeah. That's it. Okay.
For online.
Oh, for online.
These 3 questions were from the people on the Zoom.
From the Zoom.
Okay.
Yeah, no.
Okay. Okay. So we take two more, and then maybe we need to cover up until the, I think until the maybe 5th. Then it will be easier for to catch up for tomorrow. Okay, anybody? Yeah,
Questions, please.
Tamara.
How can you explain the third level of dependent origination without a conceptual mind and a name involved? Like, how does the third level of dependent origination work for non-conceptual mind realizing conventional truth?
Kan det så?
Den Rinpoche och som drar sig över den chashi den topic parshapit den the third one there
how does the third level of dependent origination work for conventional for non-conceptual mind realizing a conventional truth?
Non-conceptual mind realizing a conventional truth. Because non-conceptual mind is doppelden majebe, semden zuki, kunzoki chula sopatin zuki, pas because zia down or pa nusjuya down, di because the rimba sumba digi, and the pa doppeta besam digi, rimba digi denduki rimba sumba di. Because what did you say the last bit? Why? How does the
how does the third level of dependent origination work for a non-conceptual mind, cognizing a conventional truth?
What was the third one?
Get a bit odd because my eyes can see a conventional truth.
Yeah, because what I'm confused about is I think about dependent origination. Is to try to understand the third level, the subtlest level of dependent origination. But at the time when I heard about the third level of dependent origination, I was said the object being dependent on a conceptual mind and label. But Also, if someone is like a Buddha, for example, conceives objects, but a Buddha does not have a conceptual mind. So this is not enough. My understanding of a third level of mental origination. Try to see how to think about it besides with a conceptual mind and label.
Somebody
수바디
나서
그들이
나서 똑같은 제베로 되기 간다스 주부도
수바디 가르치고
똑같았음
똑같다.
똑같은 뭐 somebody
또베 따바tam을 자세 태세
yeah just 똑같 or the dender the is in a par dend right 똑같은 big par chashi test dender given but somebody
그리고 그 덴제끼리 지고 봐
네.
저는 또베 따sam기 이어봐 또베 따바tam 이어봐 세대봐 오케이
the remember somebody
디당
아니 난수기 똑같은 제비 셈리기 간스 par 주부도 간다데 가서데
똑바다 제 그 똑바다
똑같은 제비
똑바다 마제베
그냥 direct perception 똑같은 제비 셈리기 가서 지난 이거 공기 셈을 따야 되기 or remember somebody 나도 똑같은 제비 셈을 par
저는 그 똑바다 제세 똑바다 가세도
Yeah, so first of all, maybe the first question is, what do you mean by conception at this point in terms of conception?
Like cognizing, to know,
뒤로 와 그냥
to know an object.
Yeah, I don't know.
뒤로 또 똑바다 라다라 땅아 똑바다 와
그러니까 도시는 동네기
제가 똑똑 이마 간시지라 아니 또 가서 그래 돈이 그 무슨 도치 돈이 무슨 도치 말봐 무슨 돈이 도치 그 덴젤라 마네가 봐도 그 덴젤 통그리 쓰기로 말했어
denter 통이 뭐 yeah, so in terms of this cause a conventional apprehension of emptiness, and this kind of mind will it doesn't see the emptiness directly, but it sort of it has a sort of it kind of engages in the face to face with the emptiness, but it doesn't see it directly. But it doesn't actually the mind realizing emptiness doesn't at that point if it's a conceptual mind it doesn't we say that it doesn't harm the dependent origination, but we don't say that it realizes dependent origination.
It shouldn't be harm.
Yeah.
Whenever that's how we are trained to think about emptiness. Whenever we have to think about emptiness, that emptiness, whenever you think, it shouldn't be like not only the picture of like the rope snake in a rope. You know this example, right? Snake and rope. That snake does not exist by its own. There's nothing like that. This does not complete the picture of emptiness. Because if this is the complete picture of emptiness, then people meditate on that, get familiar with this kind of meditation. And then when they come out from this meditation, there is no happiness. When you see some things function, they automatically like things does not exist, but still it's functioning. Am I going crazy? That could be the one. But once you think things can function, this is how before going into deep meditation on emptiness, when you think, what does that emptiness really mean is, it is teaching us not only there is not the truly existence of this I, but it really teaches us to put the pieces together. So that means if one is saying that things are not capable to stand on its own, that really means it is completely dependent on others. Then this is the beauty. So whenever that kind of meditation on emptiness, with this kind of understanding on emptiness, person meditates for several hours, and then still he has this
has a sort of ascertainment of the in this state has an ascertainment of the object of emptiness.
then
the realization of it.
동백이 냐바디기 즈바에 깨맞추체.
So then with that ascertainment of emptiness, then the grasping, the direct grasping can't arise.
이나양 아니 저기 이제 자와체바 통원도 담배 저기 자와체바 통원도 담배 디체 주고를 가진서는 때에 따고 좀 자지태.
So then when you see things, then when you sort of see things function, you're able to understand that because they are merely imputed, therefore they can't, because they are merely imputed, therefore they're able to perform functions. So
it is not, this way of exercise is not when you are in the meditation of emptiness. This should be before. This should be before. This is the training your mind before going to the meditation. If you have some kind of preparation to be done, this is the biggest preparation. So once you more feel like this, you can feel this connection, right? So that's why we are saying, do we know the second truth well? And some people say, yeah, because this is a conventional truth, and I can see this how this function. There's nothing wrong with that. I can say I know the second truth. I don't need to study on that. But the problem is I've never studied, and it is really confusing, this emptiness, the ultimate truth. But the Buddha was saying, why I put the order, the first truth is the ultimate truth, and second is the conventional truth, is to tell them you don't understand how things function. Even you say 100 times, I know, but you don't know. So in order to know that, you fill the blank where I say this is emptiness, you have to understand that. So that's why the emptiness is the nature. So that is something new for us. When we say what is the nature of that, then we always say like this nature is that. We explain so well. But that could be a nature, but not the important nature. The most important nature is something else. That nature is the emptiness. So in the Dhammapada Sutra, in Buddha, he's openly said, very strongly, saying, people who recognize me from my behaviors, from my speech, and from my seeing the physical body, they say they know me. But they don't know me. I don't call these stupid people that know me. This is how the Buddha said. So this is very interesting. So not a Buddha, like Tamara. I look at you, I feel like I know you. Oh yeah, been seeing for a few days, and then I met you in the Zurich when His Holiness was here. I feel like, oh, I know this guy. Okay, on the conventional thing, on that kind of sort of level, not the conventional truth. The truth, conventional way, we can say we know each other, outwardly. But in order to know Tome very well, not get confused who Tome is, we need to know the emptiness of the Tome. By that, then you can say, ah, yes, yeah, Tome. Then you functioning, all this function, you can see very beautifully that I completely understand who you are. Because
because you're not mistaken in relation to suchness, of the suchness. So then, if you're able to understand, through not being mistaken in relation to suchness, then you really want the because you'll be able to explain how things function, and that's the real sort of complete understanding of dependent origination.
간지 띵중 신기 요슬랍 이나양 당동양 방문으로 지켈렌 내두요나
So you won't be able to, however much you say that, however much we say we understand dependent origination, if you still have some kind of sort of clinging on or sort of clinging to some form of inherent existence, then you don't know what dependent origin that level of dependent origination means.
Okay. Okay.
Any question? Raise your hand.
Okay.
And I wanted to ask before, right, we have been taking that as a path. There are two, like taking suffering into the path through considering myself and also through observing others. So do I understand it right that the second onto the path through observing on others was by, for example, being aware of the suffering of others and then by practicing, for example, compassion, or for example, through the practice of giving and taking.
Giving and taking.
Oh,
The giving and the taking will be coming up there.
I'll just have to. We'll have to repeat the question because the
Oh,
people
okay.
won't be able to hear.
Okay.
So you say
Shall I say?
it. Yeah.
Um,
Maybe speak very loudly.
Very loudly.
Yeah,
okay.
very loudly. Yeah.
Okay. In the text, there is described like the taking suffering as a path into these two parts. Taking suffering onto the path through considering oneself, and onto the path through observing others. So my question was about the practice with the second point, observing on others, if that would be through practicing compassion or more precise through practicing, for example, Tonglen, practice of giving and take.
Direta. Nibadi. 다 신기 동에 남도 chetan디, 랑기 동에기 남도 chetan디 야고 셴바이나 아니 신라다 먼저기 신기 동에디 먼저 찹지니 찹지지 영토야데 매버스토야 요마레데 이나야 아니 냠낸 제베까블라 냠낸디 제베까블라 아니 지기 수수기 지기 단다 또 지기 최고 화들이 주여바지 아니 심진 탐제라 파지기 인생 투루도 파 아니 지금 깔레메베 토네 파지 집바당에 중나 추름지 소냐 중나 서가지 공부 중나 지지 양내 양도 플로디 파 지고 제들라 너 동랭이 잡네 출래 봐.
Okay. So in terms of that way of in relation to the taking the suffering onto the path in relation to others, then first of all, the process obviously of knowing one's own suffering, so understanding how understanding our own suffering and the way that it arises, and then of course we're not able to actually get rid of the other people, literally to get rid of the other people's suffering, but we take their suffering as a sort of what do you call it, as a representative. Instead of they take the place of us, of our suffering, and if we have what we then do is it sort of if you're able to sort of day and night have that sense of if we have a little bit of understanding of all of this process, and then day and night if we're able to think about to sort of then to have the thought for or engaging in practices of the six perfections, such as giving, ethical discipline, patience, and such forth, in relation to others. And then, as if we are able to do this, then this moves us into the sort of practice of giving and taking.
So here we will talk more maybe tomorrow, or maybe it's coming up now, maybe it's tomorrow for sure. So the most challenging thing, we always kind of, when we are kind of calm and when we are in a good mood, we always, it's never a problem thinking like, oh, may all the sentient beings happy, we do all this sort of practice. But then when it comes down to benefit sentient beings, and forget about all the sentient beings, one particular person, to benefit him will be such a big problem.
So like the ignorance of thinking we're free from our suffering. So some kind of.
No, that's how the ignorance affects on you. That's on you.
Yeah.
But then when you think how to give this teaching to him, and then time to time being skillful, and then bringing more patience, you are there to babysit him for the not only this life until he is fully enlightened. So that kind of encouragement, the encouragement is something.
Yeah,
Encouragement, right?
Yeah.
So for that reason, the one particularly this prayer saying until the space remain, may I remain. Right? This becomes so powerful. And then Prasad made the conviction to take.
The verse which it's in Rinpoche,
Rinpoche.
in the Precious Garland by Nagarjuna, where it says that like the earth, the water, the fire and space, like the medicinal plants and the wild trees, may the sentient beings may the sentient beings take basically take everything I have, take away enjoy all of my happiness or my everything may they like sudden to the middle
照到去到面的面的被信心都到到身边他们就也让个他们接受。
so they may enjoy as rang sosiki dewa the sosiki gawadi rangash.
비도 코란 쪽에 가게 유네.
Oh yeah. So they may enjoy endlessly take from me, may as they enjoy the elements, and as the elements are enjoyed, may they enjoy everything from me, and with that endlessly.
So because you don't have self-grasping, what does that mean? Self-cherishing. That means like the self-cherishing means whenever you feel I cannot do it, I become so limited. Whenever you feel like this, it's self-cherishing. So that's why the Buddha does not mean only the awakened, but that what really means is something, the Buddha really means the effortless one. So what kind of effortless means is he does not need to have a motivation to help others. So without any effort, he becomes available for everybody. If you have the right kind of the ring, it's like the hook is there, like if there's no ring, then it does not work. So like this, whenever people wanted my help, I will be there. This is the like without having a subtlest motivation to help sentient beings is the one good example. The wild flowers grown in the top of the mountains. Nobody has planted it. It is grown there, and then somebody comes and plucks this. The flower doesn't care. So that is so powerful. If we can become like with that kind of effortless, so that's the prayer. So, and then the breathing exercise. This breathing exercise is not like in the beginning of the meditation we do, but the breath we take. For the Bodhisattvas, they have this thinking why I'm alive is for the sentient beings. Why I'm surviving is for the sentient beings. So that means if somebody is paid for working 8 hours, if you don't work, your boss will be not happy. But for Bodhisattvas, if he cannot work 24/7 for the sentient beings, he will be not happy. So that's why this especially in order to bring suffering into the path has not only the thinking of how to take your suffering into the path only, but while you're doing this, how you can bring this kind of a special tolerant practice that in the future that you will be the one. Even there could be like billions and billions of Buddhas there, Bodhisattvas, but you are the one jump there and help. That's what you want. So this is a big deal. Okay.
No.
Okay. So in order to bring this kind of benefit, first the antidote has to help you. Day-to-day life, you need to come to the conclusion, way of this situation I'm having, this tragedy or this suffering comes, you need to check how does that really come. You need to answer that, and then once you have a good understanding, it's not because the problem is out there, but this is how I look into the situation. This is how I grasp. This is my mistaken mind, how it is taken too seriously there, and then you come to realize how to loosen this kind of a clinging, and then finally you wanted to get away from this kind of clinging, and then once you find this kind of antidote in your life, and then you put day and night to help others without effortlessly. That's kind of a complete picture of who Buddha is. Okay. Now, okay, now we are going back to the text, which is we are on the the second one. Niba Nisa. Niba ni CB jikala le da ni the mayin bi ting tame por chamne sa jigodi da dungye la kyobani lowa me bi konjo su nya ji du sebe ti chire kewa tamchi du ji la tu yen konjo sum sa tang lo mi cha wo nyan do nye ba che ni jamdo lo chomba wo ta di jigota.
So then we come to the second of these qualities to develop, where it says finding confidence in refuge, or perhaps making our refuge more stable. So think while wandering in cyclic existence, terrors do not occur only every once in a while, rather they are without finite depth or limits. With such fear, the sole protection from suffering is the non-deceptive three jewels. Thus become resolute in thinking that whatever you might encounter in all your lives, you shall not forsake the three jewels and make effort in going for refuge.
Yeah. That didn't ya highlight mashi transo manche ta hago de in I didn't around ta journey any camdo ya tadandi ponjo sum nya chi to sebe sedi samotanda chiglis.
So then in terms of sort of going a very sort of convincing or decisive way of thinking about this topic on sort of stabilizing or making our refuge more stable, I think most of the things are quite understandable to you, but there's the one highlight within the text here that I want to point out is where it says it says the sole protection from suffering is the non-deceptive three jewels. So that part, the soul protection.
Nyachig said to soul get in sware. So to only said,
Yeah.
Nyachig said to something, the maton rosa.
So soul